rubber model room welcomes all. Thanks for stopping by, answering the call. Ups and downs are normal for some of us. Many days I beg to get off this life bus. Neon lights flicker, my shadow on the wall. Dreams on the ceiling, we run and then we fall. Sharing stories over paper cups. Wheels keep turning but never enough. Life's a ride on a rickety old track. Holding on tight, never looking back. In the rubber and motor room we could fight. Laugh, cry, love in this crazy ride. Dusty postcards from the edge of nowhere. Heartbeats echo in the electric air. We dance on tables without to wait. Cry in the rubber and motor room, we're all high.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is August 21st. It is Friday. Welcome back to Rubber Model Reviews. Guys, we're at the finish line. Defense rested today, and they moved into the prosecution's rebuttal witnesses. I have a few hints about what we're going to be hearing today. And Dr. Resnick was on the stand, and y'all will be like, what in the world? This man has some info. He has seen some things. He's testified to some things in other trials. We will get to that. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know exactly what happened today, but we're going to watch it together. We're going to listen to everything and see what comes out on that witness stand. Grab your coffee, your drink. We might even need an emotional support duck today. Let's see what happens. Let me do my thing, and then I will greet y'all.
Get ready for the ride. Buckle up tight. Grab your snacks and enjoy the show.
Oh, good morning. Well, I say morning. It's afternoon. It's afternoon. Southern was first today. Ooh, welcome to the duck pond. Welcome to the duck pond. Thank you so much. I prefer this one. It's got the ducks in it. I prefer that one. It's got the ducks in it. Good morning, Cindy. And Muffins is, I'm here. And what did we have today? We have Caesar's pepperoni, Little Caesar's pepperoni pizza. I should probably put my glasses on. I really should probably put my glasses on. I might be able to see better if you put the glasses on. See, and they're dirty. I'll clean them in a minute. Yeah, they're dirty. It says Little Caesar's pepperoni pizza for lunch. Actually, we had Little Caesar's last night, and that's what I had for breakfast was leftover pizza. I got that. That's it. And unfortunately, it was Hector's, and it had jalapenos on it. And I was like, so I picked the jalapenos off. I like spicy, but not on my pizza. So that's what I had this morning. And we are going to just run with that iced coffee. We need that caffeine because, yeah, I hear it's a little wild today. Thank you. A treat. You're having a treat, a dog treat. It rolled through the screen, right? That's cute. And as always, just so y'all know, we give opinions only, no legal advice. We're not giving medical advice. We're just discussing this trial. That's what we do. So you're about to order Pizza Hut. You need spicy? First, I thought I read that as I need money. I'm like, Muffins, are you asking mommy to send you money? Here I is. Hi. Good morning, Hannah. How are you? Cindy come in. She ran out. She's got to go get something. She's going to be right back. Oh, you're going to get hot wings. You're going to get hot wings. All right. So, Muffins gave me forewarning. The sound was shitty. So, I went and I downloaded an equalizer thing, played with some sound, and I hope that I might be able to get a little bit out of that there's a little echo thingy going on. It's a little hard to hear. God, my hair looks horrible today. Um, anyways, squirrel. Um, there's a little bit of echo, and I try to get that out. I played with the sound. I did this. I downloaded an equalizer, and yeah. So hopefully we got some of that fixed. Muffin. Hannah needs a little bit of those spicy hot wings. So if you don't mind, sharing is wait. Who says that sharing is caring? Yeah, I seen that too, and it skipped through it. It's a little wild today. It's a little wild today. I did play through some of it, so let's just jump right into it because I'm ready if y'all are ready. Oh, add it to the stage, Sheila. There we go. There we go. Let me get on my little assets. Hold up. Hold up. Let's put my little cover up. And as always, we jump in with the well, look who just happened up on my channel, Mr. Anonymous. Mr. Anonymous, I have followed him. He is a very kind, I say he, it might be a she. We don't know. We're not going to guess. They are anonymous. Thank you so much. You do not know how much you're appreciated. I have seen you on these YouTube streets dropping kindness everywhere, and I want you to know you are appreciated on these streets because kindness is not always there. And you know what? For that, we're going to show off a second. Thank you for stopping by the duck pond. That was so kind of you. You are so sweet. I hope you have a blessed day. If you want to hang out, hang out. If not, I, we do trials here, but I have seen you on the streets. Thank you so much. You're a very kind person. Look here. I cheated. Yes, yes. I did, Hannah. I cheated. I looked a little bit of ahead because I had to know. I had to know whether or not because Muffins was sending me message. Blame Muffins. Blame Muffins. What? We need to blame somebody today. Today's Friday. Who's feral Friday? Whose fault is it on Friday? Oh, it's Abellis that says sharing is caring. That's right. Abellis. Where is Abellis? Tell Abellis to get her butt in here. Good morning. Good morning, Robin. You were not first on stream today. I was shocked. I was so shocked. I hope you're having a blessed day, Robin. Okay, let's jump into this. Of course, we got to stop off here in that hammer. We got to do that opening, and then we zoom because we are got to have that.
Yes, please. All right. Well,
Of course, you can't hear.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. So
She said,
can I
"Good
see
morning, Your
Council
Honor."
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar, as always. And then they go off and they just show the gallery for a few minutes. Let me just show you who's all sitting here for a little bit. Let's just look at everybody. Zoom. Oh, geez. Is this Father Bob? Just out of curiosity, is that Father Bob sitting next to the family? Just guessing. Making a squirrels in the chat. Squirrels. Oh, I like Lindsay's shirt today. Oh, I like that shirt, Lindsay. Somebody been giving you some nice shirts to wear. Thank you so much, Dutch. Hey, Hannah, put exclamation DB, and it'll drop Dutch's channel, so it's in the stream for anybody on replay. Okay, luxury of Zoom, guys, because y'all know we don't just sit through this. Oh, and we have the Black Ben Franklin bow again today. I think it's DB. Is it DB or DG? Oh, no. I think it's DG. Dutch girl.
Hey, all persons having any
G is in Gary, Dutch girl. There you go. Thank you.
You shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
And there is our little gavel.
Good morning, everyone.
Okay, let's hear what Judge
Um,
greets.
What I'm gonna do is, I was looking for my little cheat sheet about the questions. I thought you could probably say them along with
Sorry.
me at this point, but let me ask them, just to make sure everybody's able to follow those instructions. So has any member of the jury read, seen, heard, or overheard anything from any source?
We know they don't
on those
ever.
Instructions. Now, what
Okay.
the schedule for today is
schedule.
that I would expect a longer day. All right, similar.
We knew
to
that.
some of the days we had earlier this week. So what we're going to do is we're going to return to the defendant, who's going to call their next witness, and that witness is going to be testifying by Zoom or over the monitors that you're going to have here. Just there was a
And what he neglects to
delay
tell
we
you.
had coming in here was just setting that up. It should be all set. They kept me away from all the technology, so I think it should be working pretty well.
Don't touch technology.
And so, and then at that point, we'll see what we'll deal with after this witness, and then we'll go on from there. Okay? All right. Thank you. Mr. Reddington?
Judge.
Okay, we're going to do this, guys. I adjusted the best I could, so I hope I got a lot of that. It's a little iffy at first, and then they have difficulties, and then they leave, and then they come back. So we're just going to bear through it. And he has no sound. They're swearing him in. Okay, we're going to zoom past that because as you see, they cannot hear him. Technical difficulties. You know, we don't let the judge touch anything for fear of, we've already seen his Zoom issues. So then we come back. Okay. When they come back,
Ready for the jury?
Yes. Fingers crossed.
All right.
there's echo problems that are really bad. Bring the jury.
All parties are present.
They're going to start it.
All right, and you're going to have to speak a little slower only because of the microphone, okay? Tell us your background, sir. I know you're a physician. Tell us your educational background and your work history.
I am a forensic psychiatrist, and I received a bachelor's degree in psychology in 1959 and a medical degree in 1963, both from Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland, Ohio. I then had a 1-month internship in a military hospital in Texas, and then I came back to University Hospital for Cleveland, where I completed my residency in psychiatry.
And do you have?
Go further?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He said, "Would you like me to go further?"
Yeah, you can continue. I interrupted. I apologize.
Yeah. I have remained at Case Western Reserve University as now a full professor. And I've also become interested in forensic psychiatry. That is, that aspect of psychiatry which relates to legal issues, such as this case. And I initiated a fellowship in forensic psychiatry in 1979 and directed that for 40 years. I also served as director of the Court Psychiatric Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio for over 40 years.
Doctor, do you have board certifications as well?
Yes, I'm board certified in psychiatry 1971, and board certified in forensic psychiatry, 1979.
Did you also have added qualifications in forensic psychiatry in 2014, 2024, and recertifications?
Yes,
And have you, without going through them, also had a number of visiting professorships?
yes, I've had about 14 visiting professorships.
Now, doctor, this case involves what I guess is referred to as filicide, F-I-L-L-I-C-I-D-E, I believe. Did I spell that right?
Single L.
Single L, okay. Can you tell the jurors what that means?
Now, filicide is a parent killing a child, and it is a relatively infrequent phenomenon. It occurs in the United States somewhere between 400 and 500 times a year.
And doctor, is it fair to say that you have, at least in the country, if not outside the country, the most experience in working on filicide cases?
I believe that's true. I have been personally involved in, I'd estimate about 80 cases where I was asked to evaluate mothers and fathers who had killed their children.
And the question that I have, doctor, is have you had occasion to work on cases that found themselves in court where you gave testimony either for the government or for the defense?
Yes, I have.
Let me just go through if I can. So let me just go through so we can cut to the chase. Did you work as an expert on the case of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes, I consulted to the prosecution in that case.
Did you also work?
Listen to this is what really caught me. This guy has worked on some cases. Listen to these cases. Jeffrey Dahmer, he's fixing a list, I think 3 more. Listen. This
Work on the case of what is referred to as the Unabomber, a fellow by the name of Kaczynski.
Ted Kaczynski?
Yes, I was also a consultant to the government on that case.
Did you also find yourself consulting on the matter of, in Florida, the Commonwealth versus or the state versus Casey Anthony?
I was a consultant to the defense in that case, but I could not be helpful.
Did you also work
Casey?
on the matter of Andrea Yates?
Yes, I testified for the defense in both of her trials.
Did you
Yates.
also work on the case of what is known as the Aurora movie theater shooting?
Yes, I was a consultant to the prosecutor in that case.
Did you also work on the case involving the Oklahoma City bombing?
Timothy
Courthouse.
McVeigh?
Yes, again, I was employed by the government in that case.
And in addition to those cases, did you also, in your practice, consult with the defense as well as the prosecution on a number of homicide cases, many of which involve filicide?
Yes, I have.
All right. In the course of this case, sir, did I reach out to you and ask if you would assist me in evaluating Lindsay Clancy?
Yes, you did.
And can you tell the jurors when and for how long you would actually interview, whether it would be Lindsay, whether it would be third-party contacts? Just give us an idea as to how you evaluated her.
Yes, about 4 months after the crime, I did a personal evaluation of Lindsay and her parents to gain information. And I spent 3 hours interviewing her on that date.
And how long did you spend interviewing third-party contacts of her parents?
An hour and 50 minutes.
And this would be in May of 2023?
That's right.
Where did the interview take place?
The interview took place at Duxbury Hospital.
Would that be, is that a hospital facility that's a mental institution in the city of Tewksbury?
Tewksbury, yes.
And Lindsay actually came and was living in Duxbury at the time of the incident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So can you describe for us, without getting into any statements that she made to you, tell us about the circumstances. How did she appear to you physically? And how was she able to answer your questions? Just tell us what her appearance was, her mood.
Yes. Well, first of all, at the time, of course, she had suffered major injury and was paralyzed. So that was the setting. So during the examination, she did not have control of the lower part of her body. During the interview, she appeared somewhat matter of fact, but at the time she was still grieving. The nurses told me that she was crying daily about the loss of her 3 children, and she was also medicated at that time. She was fully cooperative and gave me a detailed account of her recollections of the critical events.
Did you make an observation of her affect? Did she appear to have what you refer to as a flat affect?
Yes, she did have, or I would call it a blunted affect. That is, her emotions were not, as you would expect. Her feeling tone was muted.
Muted? Is that what you said, muted?
Muted,
Okay.
Muted.
yes.
Now, doctor, in the course of evaluating this case, and again, in the interest of time, would you agree that you had a chance to review a number of items to assist you in your evaluation?
I reviewed extensive records in this case, both records referring to Ms. Clancy's mental illness, how it developed, who her treaters were, and then also I was able to evaluate records after her conduct.
And that would include police reports,
Extensive police reports, yes.
grand jury testimony,
Yes,
photographs,
yes,
videos,
yes,
medical records from healthcare providers such as Dr. Tufts, nurse practitioner Gelada, and McLean Hospital.
yes,
Were you aware that she had also contacted suicide hotlines and went to a facility in Rhode Island, women and infants?
yes. I reviewed all those records.
So with all of that information, doctor, that you had access to, did you also have the opportunity to review any records from, let's say, the government's doctors, Dr. Helburn, Dr. Mack, Dr. Satoff?
Yes, after I prepared my report, I was aware that there were 3 experts employed by the prosecution, and I was able to review their reports in detail also.
Okay. And your report is actually dated, you saw her in 2023, and you prepared your report ultimately after your evaluation in September. Do you know when the government's doctors' reports were available to you? Was that recently?
My recollection is that they did their evaluation about 3 years after the crime, and I had the opportunity to see her 4 months after the crime.
Now, did you also have occasion, sir, to see from Dr. Helbrun, government's doctor, psychiatric testing?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us, for example, was one of the results on the psychiatric testing a test that he administered for the government called the MMPI, or Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory Test.
That was a psychological test that he administered, yes.
And do you recall from reviewing the records what the results were? Was she faking, was she lying, or was she telling the truth? And
The results showed no evidence of faking.
What is happening? What just happened? I'm not even sure what just happened. Okay. Okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate that, Cindy. That is so kind of you. I don't know what just happened, but all of a sudden they're like, all went to sidebar and ran everybody out.
I had asked.
Thank you
Okay,
so much.
Doctor,
I appreciate
I
that,
had
Cindy.
asked you if you were aware that government's Dr. Halpern
Oh,
had
must have had to do a
administered
sidebar
the
somehow.
MMPI test and came to a
Ah.
conclusion as to whether or not
Thanks,
Lindsay
Muffin.
was telling the truth, faking, or exaggerating symptoms. And you relied on that test as a portion of your opinion. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell the jurors what the results of that test were to your knowledge?
The summary, the results were that
Okay, I have to pause. I have to pause for the cause. I don't know if you maybe meant a typo and the same people, or you put the same people. I don't know about that. I don't know about that, Jen. Jen, the same baby girl. Good morning. Good afternoon. Glad you're here.
Lindsay Clancy had a tendency to minimize and did not have a tendency to exaggerate what she was saying in her own symptoms.
Did it also indicate that she was not, I think the terminology is faking or lying in her answers, but in fact was
Thanks,
being
Jen.
truthful as best she could be?
Okay, Muffins.
Yes, although the test is a little more specific about symptoms rather than lying or not lying, but it did not suggest any evidence of faking symptoms.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that broke up. It did not suggest any evidence of what?
No evidence of faking
Okay.
psychiatric symptoms.
And then finally, one of the scales in that test is referred to as the K, I think from the books, the K scale or the lie scale. Is that correct?
Yes, that was not elevated.
Not elevated. Okay. Now, doctor, in your experience, do you have any particular subspecialty or interest in the concept of people that are malingering or faking in the forensic world? In other words, if it's a criminal case, if it's a workman's comp case where somebody's pretending their back hurts, things of that nature. Have you focused on that as a subspecialty or interest in your career?
That has been a major interest. I've actually written 46 articles or book chapters in this area. The first was 1984. And over the course of that, of course, new research comes out. So,
Okay, I have to stop and pause just for commentary for a minute. He's written over 40-something books, and it was in the 80s. I am feeling extremely old right now. You know, and I'm sure things have changed since the 80s. So his dissertations and things he's written, I'm sure has had to change over the years. I mean, seriously, think about that. I mean, if you start he said he went to college in, what was it, 63 or something like that, graduated in 63, writing papers in the 80s. Yeah, it's no longer called, what was manic depression is what bipolar used to be called. It's all changed. Could you imagine? He might have been part of the one that wrote part of the book. Cindy, I can't believe you're asking that. Let me take the chat down, Cindy. Hello. Hello, do you not see? I put his name on the screen, girlfriend. Pay attention. He was with uh uh Casey Anthony. He did the Aurora shooting. He talked on about the there was a whole list. There was Timothy McVeigh, Ted Kaczynski, Jeffrey Dahmer. This man has seen some shit. He has seen some stuff.
When you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions in a particular book, they're up to date, and the ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best.
Go to horizontal, screw vertical, just go to horizontal. I don't care. Y'all go wherever you want. Make it easy for yourself. He is very well researched, Hannah. He is. I'm going to rewind him just a second because I kind of squirreled talking.
In a
Oh,
particular
yeah, I have
book,
hair problems today.
when you write a new edition of a book chapter, it would incorporate new material. So even though the chapter may go through 5 editions,
Yeah, everybody
in
go
a
to
particular
horizontal.
book, they're up to date, and
Take
the
care of 'em.
ones which were written earlier would no longer be the best basis for forming an opinion.
Now, for example, when you reviewed Dr. Helbrin's report for the government, did he refer to your articles?
He did refer to my research, yes.
And was that updated research or was it old research that he referenced?
He referenced older research.
So can you tell us, Doctor, when you consider let me start over again. When you reviewed Lindsay's medical records, you also reviewed the psychopharmacology, in other words, the medications that Dr. Tufts and Gelada and all of these other doctors had prescribed to her during that period of time?
Yes, I did.
And have in mind your interview, the time that you spent with her directly reviewing all of the documents, all of the medical records, everything that we've talked about. And you're also aware from her, not specifically what she said to you, but you're aware of the circumstances from her recollection as to the killings that she told you. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as the journal she kept and other evidence of her thinking and symptoms as the time approached for the crime on January 24th, 2023.
Okay, and you were also aware of her access to her cell phone, doing Google searches and looking up medications during that period of October, November, December, and January. You're aware of that, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, in your opinion, sir, with your years of experience in the issue of filicide, working for just the government on a number of cases and the defense, and your evaluation of Lindsay, can you tell this jury your opinion as to whether or not at the time of the killings that she was suffering from a disease or defect that impaired her ability to substantially appreciate and or conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
Well, sure. Let me begin with the issue of whether she had a mental disease or a defect. Ms. Clancy had a severe depression. There is a book called the DSM, or Diagnostic Manual, prepared by the American Psychiatric Association, which lists criteria for various diseases. So in the diagnostic manual, for example, one needs to have 5 out of 9 symptoms to make a diagnosis of major depression. And Ms. Clancy, as she approached the date of the crime, actually had 7 of the 9 symptoms and was severely depressed, so that in addition to that, she had some earlier evidence of what's called a mild mania, and that fits together in what's called bipolar 2. So in other words, it's a type of bipolar illness where there is more frank depression, severe depression, but the manic aspects are not as severe. So my final diagnosis of her was called bipolar 2 with a severe depression on January 24, 2023. And from reading the reports of all of the experts that will be testifying, no one failed to diagnose a major mental disease on the day of the crime.
Now, doctor, in the course of that diagnosis, have you considered the concept of postpartum depression and or postpartum psychosis?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how
first
that,
of all,
I'm sorry, can you tell the jurors how that factors into your diagnosis and opinion?
yes, Ms. Clancy had a history of anxiety and difficulty with each of her children. It was minor with her first child, more significant with her second child, and on the occasion of Callan's birth, things went well for the first 3 months, but then Ms. Clancy became very anxious and depressed, and it took quite a toll on her. And I believe the jury has heard from various treaters, such as Dr. Tufts and Nurse Delata and others, and her own anguish about how depressed she was, where she actually felt she couldn't function, her brain was damaged, she would never be the same. So she definitely met the definition of a major depression as well as this bipolar phenomenon. Now, with respect to the postpartum aspect, since Ms. Clancy's symptoms began within 3 months of Callan's birth, that would be considered a postpartum onset. Then, of course, she had considerable difficulty over the next 5 months, and at the time of the crime itself, on January 24, 2023, Ms. Clancy was frankly psychotic. So in that sense, she had a postpartum psychosis. It's actually not frequent to have a postpartum psychosis 8 months after a birth, but it does occasionally occur. And so what I can say is whether it is the classic postpartum psychosis or not, with the postpartum onset and frank psychosis on the day of the killing, I would label that a postpartum psychosis in the sense that it was a postpartum onset and she was clearly psychotic on that day.
And doctor, when a person is psychotic or involved in having a psychosis, in your opinion, are they able to appear normal, quote unquote, communicate with people, drive a car, things of that nature?
Absolutely.
Well, let me say there that Ms.
Let me argue.
Clancy herself did her best to not reveal the extent of her depression. She was frank with members of her own family. Her sister, her mother-in-law were aware of how anguished and depressed she was. But with more casual friends, she tended not to show the extent of her depression. I'm not suggesting that she was, although psychosis can indeed wax and wane. For example, on the day of her crime, I'm not suggesting that she was frankly psychotic every minute. She was functioning. In fact, she said she was having a better day than other days. And she actually went out and made a snowman with the kids, took Cora to a doctor for the 5th birthday checkup, and was functioning at a level that was not frankly psychotic until she had a command hallucination while her husband, Patrick, was out doing a couple of chores.
And can you tell us, Doctor, what, in your opinion, what a
She's having a hard time with this. Watching her just observation eyes, her body. If you watch how she's breathing, I bet they're gonna take a break. No, not for a while. Okay. I have so many thoughts with this because y'all know I surprised Muffin isn't popping up in the background screaming, masking, masking, masking. Okay.
command hallucination is and how it
Typically.
fits, if you will, in a diagnosis of psychosis?
Typically, there's a trigger.
Yes. If we take, first of all, a hallucination is simply hearing a
I
voice.
knew you were.
And the voice can be benign or it can be more malignant. So a voice may just simply say, open the window. About 1/3 of voices are called command hallucinations. That is an instruction to do something. And the majority of those commands are benign. So it might be open a window, get a glass of water. It might be something much more ominous, such as to kill oneself or harm someone else. Those are dangerous command hallucinations. Now, in Ms. Clancy's case, she had not only a command hallucination on the day that she killed her children, she had what is known as a delusion of influence. That is, not only did she hear a command, but she felt that her body was taken over by an external force where she was in a dream state and did not have control of her own body. It was almost like she was a puppet and someone else was pulling the strings.
Yeah, hold on a second.
It's like a puppet and somebody else was pulling the strings. Yes, Cindy. Regarding Dr. Resnick's age or education credentials, all doctors have continued education related to his specialty is considered the leading expert in the subject based on several Google searches. I know girl, let me tell you, after I knew he was on the stand today, I went down diving and looking, and I mean, it says he's noted he's been involved in 80 cases that were cases where parents were accused of killing their children. His most notable past trials included Andrea Yates, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Kaczynski, Casey Anthony, Tim McVeigh. You know, I mean, he listed these. He is a well-renowned. Jen, go to horizontal, girl. Get the hell out of that. Get out of vertical. Go over there. Hang with Cindy. She's got all the answers today. We'll just give Cindy Fridays. Fridays are all Cindy's fault.
Counsel?
Okay, well, they went to a quiet sidebar for just a second, but it only lasts just a second. I know, Cindy, research from sunny South Florida.
The full instruction at this point. I'm going to go into this also a little bit later when I give you the full instructions at the end of the case. But you were not to consider the defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist as establishing the truth of any facts that are contained in that sentence, in those statements. All right. The defendant's statements to any psychiatrist or psychologist for purposes of evaluation cannot be considered by you as evidence of premeditation extreme atrocity or cruelty or specific intent to kill. Such statements are admissible only as they relate to the basis for the doctor's opinion of the defendant's mental condition. All
I
right,
have
I'll go into that a little
opinions.
bit
I
later.
have opinions that I'm really trying to keep to myself. It's going to have to be one of them members only chit
Doctor,
chat.
to conclude, would you relate your opinion as it relates to the standard of a person being lacking criminal responsibility at the time of the commission of a crime in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts?
Well, there are two arms to the test for criminal responsibility. One has to do the defendant's ability to control their conduct, and the other has to do with their knowledge of the wrongfulness of their acts. I'd like to address each of those separately, if I may.
Sure.
With regard to my opinion is that Ms. Clancy was, due to her mental disease, unable to conform her conduct was to the requirements of the law on the day that she took the lives of her children. And let me give you the basis of that opinion. First of all, she was hearing a voice which was commanding her to engage in the killing behavior. And she did not feel any sense of control. She felt that she had to obey
I see
the
you.
instructions she was receiving. It was a matter where she was just following the command rather than being able to make any decision to do it or not. And for example, I asked Ms. Clancy.
No, you can't say what you
If she
talk,
would-
doctor. You
Okay.
cannot say what she told you. All right.
Okay, all right, I will not do that. Let me just make sure I'm covering other aspects of this. The second evidence that she was lacking control is the fact that she made a severe suicide attempt, also based on the command hallucination that she heard that day, so that she not only cut her throat and jumped out of a window, she very much wanted to die. Now, in my research on women who kill their children, I've divided the motives into 5 categories, and I want to look at how Ms. Clancy to those motives.
So tell us the 5 categories.
Yeah, the 5 categories are first,
Hey, son.
altruistic filicide.
What does that mean?
Secondly,
What does that mean? Altruistic filicide.
altruistic filicide occurs when a murder is committed out of love rather than hostility. It is an effort on a mother's part to do what is best for the child. They may believe the child is, they may have a delusional belief the child is about to be tortured in their delusional mind, and they take their life in doing what they believe is in the best interest of the children based on their delusional idea. Altruistic filicide also occurs when a mother may plan to take her own life, and in her psychotic thinking and severe depression, it is distorted, and she may believe that the child will be worse off if she remains alive. So, for example, in Ms. Clancy's case, she believed that, as the jury has already heard, she was obsessional about caring for her children. She consulted with others at work to try and do exactly what was right for her children. And she believed that if Ms. Clancy took her own life, her children would be in terrible shape. And in her mind, she believed that she would be doing her children a favor by having them go to heaven with her rather than remain on earth without her doing the mothering. Her mind was very distorted like that.
Okay. So if you could just tell us the other titles of the other 4 types that you were referred to. Just tell it without getting into detail if they don't apply to Ms. Clancy.
All right. The second category does apply to Ms. Clancy, and that is called acutely psychotic filicide.
Okay.
And this occurs when someone is frankly psychotic. They may have delusions or hallucinations. They're out of touch with reality. And rather than having any rational motive, they're simply acting on their psychotic beliefs. So those 2 both apply to Ms. Clancy. The
And
other 3.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, that's right. Just give us the other 3,
three.
the captions of them.
The other 3 which do not apply, one is called child maltreatment, in which a parent may shake the child to death or throw a child against a wall in an abusive manner. The next category is unwanted child, where someone, just for their convenience, the child is a burden and they kill the child for that motive. And the final motive is spouse revenge filicide. That is, someone hates their spouse so much that they're willing to sacrifice the child as a way to
Thank you,
punish
son.
the spouse. And the 3 latter categories clearly do not apply to Ms. Clancy. She loved her husband, respected her husband, had a good marriage. She never spanked or ever abused her child, and all of her children were wanted. In fact, she planned to have a 4th child. So those 3 categories clearly do not apply. If I can explain how the 2 categories did apply, I've already mentioned that Ms. Clancy believed that a distorted belief that her children would just be miserable, and she could not imagine them continuing to exist and have a decent life without her being there as a mother. And so in that sense, she did what she believed was morally right, even though she understood that ordinarily killing a child is against the law. She believed that she was doing what was right for her children with her distorted psychotic thinking about the children's need for her. And then with respect to the second category of acutely psychotic, Ms. Clancy was under the influence of a command hallucination and idea of influence, so that at that time, rather than the ability to make a rational decision, she was so in the grip of her psychotic command hallucination and idea of influence that she lacked the capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law.
Okay. And Doctor, pretty much finally, there's been some questions or allegations that Ms. Clancy did not provide information to her healthcare providers about her adverse effects of medication that she had been prescribed. Do you agree with that from your review of the medical records, or did she, in fact, tell her healthcare providers how she felt as a result of what she perceived to be the medications that were prescribed?
It's my opinion with reasonable medical certainty that Ms. Clancy was actually a more sophisticated patient than most, and she was forthcoming in conveying her symptoms. The one area in which she was not fully revealing was the area of when she had an impulse to harm her children. And that was because she had a rational belief that her children may be taken away from her by a social service agency. She had an irrational belief that if she even entered a medical hospital, that her children would be taken away. So that is the one area in which she was not fully forthcoming.
Now, doctor, in your experience, do you find that many women that are caretakers of children postpartum, after the child is born, that are having these intrusive thoughts and having these dark thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about?
Sustained.
She objected. He asked, he asked, they don't want to come forward for fear. Okay. And she objected. The judge just sustained. I'm trying to really listen close in my ear. Oh. You don't want, I know it's a fear. It is a legit fear. If you say too much, they will take your children. I understand that. Real quick. Let me pop this back up over here. I need to thank One Boys. I don't know how he says his name. It's Xbox. Is Xbox. That's what I keep wanting to call him. This is son-in-law. So thank you so much. Thank you so much. You are appreciated. Also, I dropped 5, and those 5 went to Bobby 6222, Damon Fountain 1215, OG Fish 26, Rachel Pickens 6025, and Jewel Box News. Welcome to the Duck Pond, and thank you for being here. So if you're new here, hi, my name is Sheila. This is Rubber Ramada Reviews. We do trials, we do speed trials, we do documents, we do reviews, we do true crime. We are just true crime deep. Sound it out. Sound it out. Buzz. Okay. Girl, don't tell your mother what to do. Don't just behave down there. Behave in my chat. Welcome to the pond, new members. Thank you. And with that, we're just going to do, let's see. Let's do a duck dance. Y'all could read my lips. That was loud. And see, my computer's lagging. I see my face lagging. I'm going to go out and come back in. Do y'all see lag, or is it just me? Okay, now it's caught back up. Now I don't see the lag anymore. Okay. Squirrel. Knock, knock. Okay. Let's back up just a second.
Because thoughts are in fact afraid of reporting them because of that very reason that you're talking about.
Sustained.
Yes, as a
All right,
matter
no,
of
you
fact.
you can't answer that.
Phrase that.
Okay. It's also been mentioned here a couple of times that she hasn't killed herself yet, even though she's in the Tewksbury Hospital. Can you tell the jurors briefly, while she's in the Tewksbury Hospital, what are the circumstances of her confinement and what type of care is being provided to her? as it relates to whether or not or why she hasn't killed herself yet.
Well, Nancy, indeed, there is evidence of her going suicidality to such an extent that she is never allowed to be out of the presence of a staff member. Even when I conducted an examination of her and requested privacy, a staff member had to be present. So her ability to take her life in view of her crisis and observation is and she recognizes that, so that the reality is, no matter she does not want to live at any point, she has no choice but first to live at this time.
Thank you very much, Doctor. You have to answer some questions from the DA. Your Honor, at this point, I would like to, because I'm looking at yeah, 40-page resume, so I just offer that if I could.
Any objection?
No objection.
Okay, that may be marked.
He just offered Dr. Resnick's 40-page resume. Are you kidding me? Okay. So the jury can read his resume. Hey. And we're all bringing it all in paper. At least it's not on a 4x6 poster board. Okay, I'm sorry. Comedy in the chaos. Y'all know what time it is.
At what time of the day do you start becoming a smartass?
When I wake up.
Oh, okay. Breathe. Oh, and it's not Bo Lady doing it.
Yes, please go.
Good morning, Dr. Resnick.
Oh, she's got
Good
bad
morning.
feedback.
In addition to the evaluations that you do, is it true that you've also taught some courses to other forensic psychiatrists and psychologists about how to testify in cases like these?
Yes, I have.
And you teach them how to answer questions and how to dress and how to appear believable and trustworthy, correct?
That's correct.
And in one of your trainings, excuse me, Do's and Don'ts of Depositions by Dr. Philip Resnick, in your course description, you state information beyond the question should not be volunteered because it will open up new areas for questioning, provide ammunition for attacks, eliminate the opportunity for surprise, and information fails to get to the jury, correct?
That's correct.
So you teach other psychologists how to hold back information in the discovery process to surprise the other side.
No, that's not it. And I'm not excited.
Now, a woman who kills her child can have more than one motive, correct?
Yes,
And actually, the most common motive for women who kill their children is fatal maltreatment or child abuse, correct?
that's correct.
And in fact, most women who kill their kids don't do it due to mental illness, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, there's a quote from you in an article, Child Murdered by Mothers, Patterns and Prevention, where you say, quote, more filicides occur due to fatal maltreatment than because of maternal psychiatric illness, correct?
Correct.
You also have written about parents having significant emotional devastation after killing their children, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you've written in, it's a chapter 6 of Family Murder, Child Murdered by Parents, in the aftermath section, you've written, quote, these life events are likely to prolong the parent's depression. The anniversary of the children's deaths and exposure to things that remind the parent of it are likely to be upsetting, correct?
Yes.
Things like birthdays and holidays and the anniversary of the killings would all be something that would be upsetting, correct?
They sometimes are, yes.
Now, you've written a lot about malingered psychosis, correct?
Yes.
And malingering psychosis, you can have a mental illness and your malingering could be exaggerating those symptoms or saying you have psychosis symptoms when you don't, correct?
That's correct.
And one of the things that you have written, and there's an article that you wrote called Faking It, you've written in here, quote, command auditory hallucinations are easy to fabricate. Persons experiencing genuine command hallucinations do not always obey the voices, especially if doing so would be dangerous, correct?
That's correct.
You've also given some points to other practitioners. If you, quote, if you suspect a person of malingered auditory hallucination,
Thought I was going to put it
ask
away,
what he or
but
she does to make the voices go away or diminish in intensity, correct?
Yes.
Because typically someone who hears a voice telling them to do something horrible like kill their child will try to resist that voice initially, correct?
That there's variability, some do and some don't.
And in fact, the case you mentioned earlier, Andrea Yates, Miss Yates, in fact, committed herself to a hospital 5 times and tried to kill herself twice, all while trying to not kill her children, correct?
Yes.
She had heard voices for months and telling her to kill her children. And to resist those voices, she actually tried to kill herself, correct?
Until she could no longer resist the voices, yes.
Right. But she tried.
Right, as did Ms. Clancy.
Well, according to the records and reports that we have that are in evidence, Ms. Clancy heard the voice and immediately acted, correct? According to those records?
Well,
Is that correct?
Well, Ms. Clancy had impulses to harm her children, which she did resist until the command hallucination when she was overwhelmed, yes.
But according to the records and the testimony that we've had, she had an impulse in December one time to harm her children, correct?
I believe it was on 2 occasions that she mentioned it to her husband.
And then never again after that until her kids were killed, correct?
There were only 2 occasions she mentioned it, but she referred to having these horrible impulses. So that suggests to me she was dealing with it on an ongoing basis, although she mentioned it only twice to her husband.
But she never said she had thoughts to kill her children. She said she had thoughts to harm her children, correct?
Yes, but actually, I think it's clear that to harm her children was to kill her children.
Well, in the records where you say that she was so clear in presenting her symptoms to her doctors, she repeatedly was asked if she had any homicidal ideation, and she repeatedly said no, correct?
I want y'all to take a look at how Reddington is sitting in his chair looking at her. Take a moment to look at the facial expressions on Reddington looking at her like, ma'am,
That's right, and she didn't in the initial parts of her treatment, but by late December and January is when she did have those impulses.
But what
and
she
she
told
did
her,
not acknowledge them.
but what she told
She
her
did not acknowledge
doctors,
them to her doctors.
what she told her doctors in December is that she had no homicidal ideation. She only reported suicidal ideation, correct?
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
damn, I was just fixing to say that. Well, of course she didn't say that. You know why? Hello, ma'am. Hello, knock, knock. No, you're not paying attention. I know you're doing your job. I know. Look, I know it's the prosecution's job to try to convict this woman. But being on this side of it, personal knowledge, personal that we're not going to get into deeply, but you're not going to tell people something that you fear, that one stability, love in your life, your children, you are not going to come out here and tell, you're not going to come out here and tell people, oh, I'm thinking about killing my children. Dude, that will get them taken away from you so fast. And if that is your one true love, that is the thing you are living for. It's something you probably will not just blurt out at an appointment. Okay, back to trial. Breathe.
So it's better
Thank
to
you.
kill them than to have them taken away.
Thank you, Cindy.
Sustained.
No, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
He said sustained. Doctor, hush. I'm going to back it up just a second because I need to calm.
Yes, and as noted, that's very common because people fear their children will be taken away.
So it's better to kill them than to have them taken away.
Sustained.
No, it's not better to kill them
Hold on, Doctor.
than have them taken away.
That question is stricken, that answer is stricken.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her
That's
symptoms.
the most disgusting comment. You would rather kill them than have them. Ma'am, I don't know who the. Thank you, muffins. I'm not one that ever wants to down a prosecutor or talk bad, but ma'am, I am really having emotional issues with you. You are triggering.
Doctor.
Than have them taken away.
That question is stricken, that answer is stricken.
You say that she was very forthcoming in her symptoms to her medical providers, but she never told those medical providers that she had an impulse to harm her children, correct?
That's correct.
You also, in teaching people about malingering, about faking hearing voices or being psychotic, you give pointers of what people should look for, such as patient uses no strategies to diminish hallucinations. Patient states he obeys all commands, correct?
Yes.
You also, in a podcast, evidence entitled Identifying Malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you were asked about malingering and you said, and asked about hearing voices, and you said, quote, so a common example I'll use in teaching is if you hear a voice out of the blue that says, kill your mother, your moral fiber would cause you to hesitate. But if you have concurrent delusion that your mother is an evil wizard, you're more likely to act on that command to hallucination, correct?
Correct.
And there's no evidence in the records or in the testimony that we've had thus far that Ms. Clancy believed that her children were evil or that they were possessed or that there was any danger posed by them or to them by such forces, correct?
Instead, Ms. Clancy.
Well, it was a yes or no question, doctor.
No, go ahead. You can answer that.
Instead, Ms. Clancy had the psychotic, distorted belief that her children would be better off in heaven rather than being motherless. Well, that was her psychotic distortion coupled with the command hallucination. So she met the exact requirement you're referring to.
And you believe that that was her psychotic delusion, that they would be better off without her, better off in heaven without her, because according to your report, you could figure out no rational, non-psychotic motive for her to kill her children, correct?
Yes.
And so just because you can't figure out a motive, or you don't know a motive, or the person doesn't tell you a motive, doesn't mean that there actually isn't a motive, correct?
There was a motive.
But that's not what I
mentioned
asked
the
you.
motive
I did not
already.
ask you about Miss Clancy. I said, just because someone tells you that they don't have a motive, or you can't figure out a motive, doesn't mean they didn't actually have a motive, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You also state in another article identifying malingering with Dr. Philip Resnick, you point out that the rapid resolution of symptoms with medication can be a red flag, as genuine psychotic symptoms usually take longer to subside, correct?
That's correct.
Were you aware from the Tewksbury records that on page 1136, it says Ms. Clancy has been clinically stable since her admission. There had been no events of affective, cognitive, or behavioral instability since her admission, and that Ms. Clancy has not evidenced any challenges in accepting and conforming to the rules and standards. Did you review that
Yes,
note?
I'm aware of that.
Okay. Were you also
Yeah.
aware on page 1168?
Ma'am, real quick, just because you have mental issues doesn't mean you can't follow directions.
That it says Ms. Clancy denies that she has ever experienced hallucinatory content prior to or since that event, referring to when she killed her children, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware on page 1170, it states Ms. Clancy presents with intact reality testing and no observable symptoms of psychosis. She is actively engaged in treatment. She is able to identify possible hopes for her future, including serving as an activist for postpartum psychosis awareness and participating in a wheelchair marathon. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
I move to submit these three
And
sections as the next three exhibits.
you still
Any
have to
objection?
live your life, ma'am.
Are those part of the Tewksbury records they're already in?
Yes.
Okay, those may be admitted.
No, she's just gonna go lay in a bed the rest of her life and just watch TV. She's not gonna be active. She's not gonna have any type of reality. She's just drug her up with pills, make her a zombie, put her in the bed. Let's just leave her there. Just fuck it. Okay.
Doctor, you mentioned that when you interviewed Ms. Clancy, you spoke to some nurses who told you she had been crying every day, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that in the Tewksbury records, in the
Yes.
one-to-one notes of people who watched her every minute of every day, there's no record of her crying
God,
every
you
day?
think like me.
Well, when I saw her at 4 months, I'm not sure, was she already, how long had she been at Tewksbury? Well, I'm not aware of that note, but my recollection is that she was observed crying.
But there's no record of her crying at Tewksbury every day, correct?
I have no knowledge of it.
And you mentioned that during the interview, not getting into anything that she said, but her affect, her expressions, her emotions, you said that they were flat and
Hi, Anna.
blunted, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember the portions of the video where she smiled and laughed?
Are you talking about the video of my interview?
What was that?
Are you talking about the videotape of my interview with her?
Yes, yes, at the end of the video, do you recall her smiling and laughing?
So does that open up the video?
This is affect.
Oh, Reddington said, "Oh, does that open up the video?" Oh, 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 you, mm-mm, mm-mm. You know, just because you finally have a comfortable person to talk to, and you smiled and laughed that you were finally in a comfortable position to speak with somebody you felt comfortable. Nope, no muffins. You're not allowed to smile or laugh anymore. Nope, you're not allowed to smile and laugh. And
While her smiling and laughing.
So does that open up the video?
This is affect and behavior.
That's an issue we could talk about over here. And probably something best raised on cross.
told you I'm gonna lose my shit today.
I mean, on redirect, I'm sorry.
And just
Nope.
getting into her affect and behavior, doctor.
Nope, not allowed.
Yes. Yeah, that's not
Not allowed.
inconsistent with her affect throughout the interview. Yeah, especially, for example, in talking about
Well, not getting into
how
what she
delighted
talked
she
about,
was with
doctor. I'm not asking anything about what she talked about, just her expressions and her affect. Now, you mentioned that the Commonwealth experts saw Miss Clancy 3 years after you examined her, correct?
I said it was 3 years after the crime.
Okay. And you're aware that the Commonwealth was not permitted to interview Miss Clancy until after defense had filed a notice of their defense, and we'd been given permission by the court to have our experts interview her, correct?
Yes,
And you're aware that did not occur until approximately 2.5 years after the incident, correct?
yes,
Now, you mentioned that postpartum psychosis doesn't typically happen 8 months after a child's born, correct?
yes,
In fact, typically, it's within 4 weeks of a child being born, correct?
most often, yes.
And you mentioned that her postpartum, Miss Clancy's postpartum symptoms began within that 3-month time frame of postpartum. Do symptoms have to occur within that 3-month period to be postpartum?
Well, there's a wide range of definitions of postpartum. Some scholars in the area make it the whole first year, others 3 months, others 4 weeks.
And in fact, her seeking help from a psychiatrist happened in September, which would have been 4 months after she gave birth, correct?
Correct?
You
Instead of
mentioned
3,
that
it's 4.
Ms.
Okay,
Clancy
okay.
was able to hide her symptoms of depression from her friends, that she was open with some people, but she was able to hide those symptoms from friends and other people she interacted with, correct?
Yes, hide the depths of her depression.
And so she
Masking.
was able to control and conform her behavior to situations in which she did not want to show people how she was feeling, correct?
Sure, very common.
It's called masking, ma'am. Oh my God.
Now, you wrote in your report on page 24 that Ms. Clancy had paranoid beliefs that her children would be taken away from her if anyone knew what she was going through, correct?
Yes,
But that's actually a rational belief, is it not? That if someone knows you want to harm your children, they might be taken away?
it can be rational, but it was more, it approached irrational in her case rather than rational.
I have nothing further.
Your redirect? Bless you.
No, thank you, doctor.
Red said, nah. She just made. Oh, watch your mouth, Sheila. Watch your mouth, Sheila. Watch your mouth, Sheila. Watch
Thank
your
you,
mouth,
doctor.
Sheila.
Thank you.
Whew. Whew. All right.
So, members of the jury, the defense has now rested its.
You didn't hear him say it, but here we are. Defense is resting.
All right.
Lots of questions, Rebecca. There you go.
All right.
Did you hear that? I'll rewind it because it's very hard to hear him, but I want to get that in stream.
Lindsay Clancy rests her case.
All right.
He said
So,
the defense rests its case.
Members of the jury, the defense has now rested its case. All right, so I'm going to talk to counsel for a minute or so over here, and we're about to go into the next phase of this case, which would be the Commonwealth has offered and given the opportunity to offer rebuttal witnesses on certain issues. And so I'm going to talk to counsel
Absolutely,
first, and I'll
Mustang.
inquire of the Commonwealth. if
I
they wish
like
to
her
offer,
shirt.
these rebuttal
I
witnesses.
like Lindsay's shirt.
Counsel, can I see it sidebar?
I need to do a fashion request, and you heard it that time. I know that's why I rewound it because I want to make sure it was heard on stream. Need to do a fashion request and find out where Lindsay got that shirt because I really like that shirt. It reminds me of that blue one that I have with the white with the cream trim, and it's got that sleeve like that.
Attorney Sprague, does the Commonwealth wish to offer any rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rebuttal.
All right. If you call your next witness, please.
Commonwealth would call Dr. Abram Mack.
Oh wait, wrong person. Okay, luxury of Zoom. We get to get him to run in here. There's his swearing in. It's on camera. As always, we get the swearing in. Sit down.
All right. I just ask you to keep your voice up so the jury can hear you. And with that, Attorney Buckingham, please.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jurors your first and last name?
Avram Mack.
And would you spell your name for the record, please?
Avram is spelled A, V like Victor, R like Robert, A like Apple, M like Mary.
And I'm just going to ask you to speak in a loud, clear voice. And if you need to kind of push closer to the microphone, that might help.
will.
Thank you. What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And how long have you been a psychiatrist?
I have to stop and acknowledge that, Mustang. I know there is a lot of going on around that, and people have questions. And the problem is she admitted to doing it. She heard voices, admitted to doing it. So we have to take that, and that's what the jury's going to deliberate with. They know nothing about, the Patrick angle, so we have to look at it in the fact of this is the trial. This is the actual info we're getting. This is the actual facts that the jury gets to take to decide this case. So we just have to do that. This guy's eyes are piercing green. It's this green gray. His eyes, when I first seen him this morning, when I first was flipping through trying to get the sound adjusted, I seen his eyes. I was like, oh my God, he has beautiful, beautiful eyes. I guess I'm just an eye person. Okay. My coffee is low, so I'm going to go refill while he gives us his dissertation of his credentials, and I will return.
After training, I've been a psychiatrist for 22 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I went to the University of Michigan College, Cornell University for medical school.
No, I respect that. No, I'm just saying I've heard the rumors. No. I mean, I think she did it. She said she did it. She heard voices. I mean, that's psychosis. And you know what? Possibly, let me just be that bitch that nobody else is saying. Possibly in her mind, that voice was Patrick. Who knows? We weren't there. Who knows? That male voice. Nobody, she didn't say who the male voice. She just said male voice. So We could run with theories all day long, but, and then they've got people saying, no, he was there, he did it, that's not facts of the trial. And I'm trying really, really hard to stay away from that. But again, like I said, she heard a male voice. Whose male voice? Nobody ever said. So just my thoughts, my theories, my speculations. I try to keep to myself because we're going with facts here. I'm going to hit play, let him give his talk. I got to get some more coffee.
Here at the Brigham for residency in psychiatry. And then that was followed by a fellowship in child psychiatry at Columbia University and a one-year fellowship in forensic psychiatry at New York University.
And what do you do now? What's your area of practice now?
I'm a psychiatrist. For all these 22 years, I've been serving in a lot of different roles. Currently, I'm a professor of psychiatry at Thomas Jefferson University in Philadelphia, and I see patients at a child hospital called Nemours.
And so you, in your current practice, have a clinical practice, and you also do forensic psychiatry. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you have any board certifications?
I do.
And what are you board certified in?
I'm board certified in psychiatry, child and adolescent psychiatry, and also forensic psychiatry. I had been board certified in addiction medicine by the American Board of Addiction Medicine, but they closed. So I don't know if I can still say that I'm board certified by them.
Okay. And to what extent are you engaged in the forensic psychiatry? What areas of forensic psychiatry do you have you testified in?
I've provided testimony in perhaps almost every area of forensic psychiatry, ranging from testamentary capacity of adults who engage in contracts or appropriateness for adoption, or whether or not a person is competent, or if a person is criminally responsible.
Now, in what areas of the country have you testified on those topics?
Around the country. I'm not sure how many states I've testified in, but I've been engaged in reviews or investigations of cases in, I think, more than half the states.
And what does it mean to conduct a forensic evaluation in psychiatry?
Well, it can mean a lot of different things depending on the question that's being asked by a court or other authority. Sometimes there are statutes that you as the forensic psychiatrist need to try to answer a particular question that a statute requires. Or sometimes it is a matter of giving an opinion, say in a civil case, where it's your understanding of, say, the degree of harm that the person has experienced. Sometimes great, sometimes not so great.
And you, in your experience, have testified as a forensic psychiatrist in both civil and criminal matters, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware of a difference between forensic psychiatry versus forensic psychology?
There are differences, aside from the fact that they're different professions, but they both cover mental health. There are different rules that apply to forensic psychologists in their carrying out their roles as psychologists.
Now, when you mentioned that you have done some work and testified in matters regarding criminal responsibility, right?
Correct.
And you're aware that different states have slightly different statutes when it comes to criminal responsibility.
Yes.
And so in this case, you were asked to review the matter of the Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And so in order to do that, did you review the statutes here in Massachusetts regarding criminal responsibility?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us how it came that you were involved in this case?
I was asked by the prosecutor's office to be involved as a psychiatrist reviewing the matter.
And when you're asked or you're retained by either side in a case, defense or prosecution, what is the goal of the evaluation? Are you just trying to advocate for the side who hires you, or are you conducting an independent evaluation of the evidence?
Overall.
You can answer.
Well, to answer your question, certainly the goal is to provide an independent evaluation, or one would also add to provide clarity and to say what can be said. In criminal matters, sometimes it's a very certain question that it's either a yes or a no. In other matters, it's not always necessarily a strict yes or a no.
Now, in criminal matters where you were asked to conduct these independent evaluations, how do you approach it? What kind of information do you seek, or would you prefer to have in order to conduct the evaluation?
Well, generally, one starts with the statute and then tries to gather or review what information exists to understand the mental state of the person, if that's pertaining to the particular statutory question, and to understand the mental history and the mental state of the individual, and to see if that can be applied to the questions at hand.
And so what types of records are you generally looking at when conducting a forensic evaluation for something like criminal responsibility?
Well, one would certainly want to review psychiatric records if they exist. Ideally also to have examined the individual and to gather information, not only historical information from the individual, but to do, in that sense, an examination in real time. And that provides you the information, what we call a mental status examination. Other records are also important: medical records, educational records, and other records that describe the individual.
And when we're talking about a criminal case, fair to say you review the entire criminal file too, right?
Yes.
And when you're doing these evaluations and creating a database of this particular information, are there any limitations to your opinion or evaluation?
I'm not sure how you mean that.
Well, when you have these evaluations that you're conducting, namely for criminal responsibility, do those evaluations, are they limited based on the information that you have? Meaning, if you don't have everything at the time you do your evaluation, is there kind of a caveat to your opinion?
Well, when I write an opinion or state an opinion, it is based on the totality of the information that I have. If additional information comes along, I am open to receiving that and integrating that into my understanding of the totality.
Now, when you interview the individual in these evaluations, the purpose of the interview or purpose of your contact with them is not to provide treatment, correct?
Correct.
So Monday or Tuesday.
The opinion that you reach ultimately is based on the defendant's mental state, correct?
To the extent.
I haven't seen the end of today, but I read in a little blurb that it would possibly be Monday or Tuesday. So yeah.
That impacts the question, yes.
Okay. Well, when we're talking about criminal responsibility, you'd agree that's the kind of the central issue, is the person's mental state at the time of the alleged offense, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So in Massachusetts here, with the question of criminal responsibility, are you aware of what the standard is?
Yes.
And what is it?
Well, it uses particular language based on the common concept throughout the country called the McNaughton standard. And I could read to you the specifics of the language, but effectively, it refers to two pieces. Well, actually starts with three. One is, did the person have a mental disorder at the time of the event? And then secondly, the two prongs speak to specifics about the mental state at the time. One being, and I would want to refer to the actual statute.
Well, if we can, maybe we break that down for the jury.
Yeah.
So the first part of this for criminal responsibility is the question of, does the person suffer from a mental disease or defect, correct?
Correct.
Objection to the leading. Let's see if he knows.
Yeah, if you just ask him.
I can rephrase
He's
the
aware, and
question.
if you want to refresh his memory.
No leading.
Well, you've already testified the first part of the analysis, and I think you used the terminology mental disorder.
Yes, I did.
And you're aware that a mental disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term.
Ma'am, do you Gee, whoa. I'm sorry. That caught me a little. Did you see how he said, I'm sorry. She turned around and looked at him like, I said, whew, y'all, bow is too tight today.
Disorder is a clinical term.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. I apologize. What was that?
A mental disorder is a clinical term. The terminology mental disease or defect, are you aware that's a legal term?
Sarah, thank you for being here. This is their forensic psychiatrist. They're using it on the rebuttal. So that's who we're listening to now. This is Dr. Abram Mack. Yeah, the snark is real today. They are on fire. We got some spicy. Oh, wait, we got some spicy. Hold up.
Okay.
Okay. Well, so when you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm sorry.
okay.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Judge said, is that an answer? No. Defense rested about less than 10 minutes ago and went straight into rebuttal. This is their first rebuttal witness. So we are on that rebuttal, and he is a forensic psychiatrist. So this is our first one from the state. So it's funny how they had all these people lined up, but they saved this one for rebuttal. I find that interesting, and I really want to hear what he has to say. So I'm going to rewind that just a second because she needs to calm down with her bow.
When you were conducting evaluations for criminal responsibility,
Is that an answer?
Yes.
Said,
I'm
okay.
sorry. Yes.
Yeah, all right.
Judge is like,
when you're conducting an evaluation for criminal responsibility and you're trying to determine whether a person suffers from a mental disease or defect, do you look to mental disorders to see if that meets criteria?
I would evaluate if the person has ever had a psychiatric or a mental disorder.
And what kinds of tools do you have available to you to do that?
Well, there are two tools. One is gathering of historical information, and the other is the information you gather from actually seeing the person face to face.
And as a psychiatrist, that's something you do in your clinical practice all the time, right?
Correct.
Because one of the main things you're going to do is look to try to diagnose an individual.
Correct.
And so how do you go about determining that if a person has a mental disorder?
In psychiatry, we make diagnoses in a descriptive manner. We look to see ways in which the individual has symptoms or signs of mental disorders or mental defects or psychiatric disorders. So in particular, one will start with trying to gather as much information as possible about what are the things that bother the individual. That may be their mood, that might be things that they get anxious about, that may be abnormal movements that they make. And that will also be aligned with understanding their medical condition, any medications that they take, any substances that they use. There's an array of information, sets of information that one gathers in that portion where you ask questions. But effectively, you're asking questions about symptoms. And one is trying to understand not just symptoms, but the degree of impairment that symptoms might be causing an individual.
And do you work with any sort of tools that help you identify particular characteristics of symptoms associated with disorders in your field?
Well, at times, individuals use scales or tests, which can be psychological tests or scales that ask particular questions. Or other times, you might use tests that are biological tests, like the person's brain waves, called an EEG, or laboratory tests.
When you're talking about diagnosing an individual for any particular mental disorder, are there specific criteria for different types of disorders?
Yes, there are.
And is there a source that you use as a psychiatrist in order to identify the criteria for different disorders?
We use a text called the DSM, otherwise known as the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual. It's currently in its 5th edition, or actually a revision was made of its 5th edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of
DSM-5 TR, text revision. Geez, if we learned anything this trial, we learned, y'all, I'm sorry, from day one, we learned about the TR, DSM-5 TR. It's a text revision.
Fifth edition, or actually a revision was made of its fifth edition. And so that text, which is created and vetted by a large number of professionals, provides criteria for the different disorders. And these are known as operational criteria. In psychiatry, there aren't necessarily gold standards that you can use for diagnosis, like finding a bacterium or finding an anatomical tissue. So for the last 60 years, 70 years, psychiatry has turned to agreed upon definitions that are listed in the DSM.
And you said it's not the end all be all, right, of diagnosing. You use your training and experience as well, but it's a tool that you use.
Well, they are the criteria that one uses to make the diagnosis. It is not a guidebook for how to gather that information. It's not a how-to, but it is the standard.
Okay. So now going back to the legal standard here in Massachusetts. So one part is the disorder, right? And you said there's a second part.
Right. So the second part are particular criteria about the person's state at the time of the event. So one of them is they both utilize the verb to have retained substantial capacity to know the act was wrong or against the law, and the other being retain substantial capacity to control or conform one's behaviors to the law.
And so when you're talking about criminal responsibility here in Massachusetts, is it fair to say you're looking at the person's conduct and their condition at the time of the offense?
That's right.
And the information that you're gathering in this overall evaluation, getting history and kind of looking at the person as a whole, is that helpful to understand the person's diagnosis when you're being asked this particular question?
Yes.
But ultimately, you're rendering an opinion of the person at the time of the offense.
That's correct.
So in this particular case, you were provided a series of records and information regarding the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And can you just give us a general overview of the sources of information you had available to you?
Generally speaking, there was the criminal file, as you mentioned before. And then in terms of medical or psychiatric records, there was the records from the hospital that she's at right now, the hospital that she was at right before, called Spalding, the hospital that she was at before that, which was Brigham and Women's. In addition, there was the medical records from outpatient treaters, and there was also the records from her admission to McLean Hospital. So overall, there were outpatient records, there were inpatient records. For the most part, those all correlated with her own care. Additionally, we received the pediatric records for some of the victims in this matter. And as I mentioned before, the criminal file.
Okay. And in addition to the records related to the defendant herself, we also provided some other reports to review. By other psychiatrists and psychologists?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned that one of the things that's useful in these evaluations is an interview with the person themselves, right?
Yes.
And did you engage in an interview with the defendant?
I did.
And when did that occur?
I interviewed her on April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
This year?
And what were your observations of...
Wait. He interviewed her this year. This was the incident happened. I'm a little lost, but okay. Yeah, right, Muffins? Wow, he got some records and others can't, but okay. And that was kind of weird that he got some of the medical records of the children. That was kind of a weird comment too.
Her when you...
On April 10th and April 12th of this year.
And that's of this year in 2026?
Correct.
And what were your observations of her when you first met with her on April 10th? Can you describe her demeanor?
Generally, she was friendly and cooperative.
When you begin an interview with an individual that you're evaluating, do you conduct what's referred to as a mental status exam?
Well, the mental status exam happens all the while that you're interacting with somebody. You're always observing for aspects of their emotions, how they speak, their mood, and so forth. Sometimes there are directed aspects of the mental status examination where you are asking about particular cognitive capacities like executive functioning and attention and concentration. But the gathering of information about the person's mood, for example, or their thought process, that happens throughout the entire portion.
Okay, and so over the course of the time that you met with the defendant, were you able to make observations of, for instance, whether she maintained eye contact with you when speaking?
Right, so she did maintain eye contact.
Okay, what about her emotional state?
So overall, if we go through the various components, like
Thank you,
what's
Kate.
called her affect, which is
Good
her,
reasoning.
emotional expression or her mood, generally speaking, there were not many abnormalities in her presentation, and I can go through them. They include the way in which she speaks, that is to say, the rapidity of speech, if the speech is made in sort of regular intervals between words. In terms of thought, does the person, and in this case, did Ms. Clancy, make goal-directed ideas?
Mm-hmm.
Was there a particular content of the ideas? So generally speaking, for all the components of the mental status examination, there were not really abnormalities. I would say at some points, she seemed distressed by some topics. I believe tearful at one point, but otherwise nothing remarkable on mental status examination.
And in these evaluations, when you're interviewing the individuals, are you also kind of taking account of their physical presentation?
Yes.
And obviously, when you met with her in April of 2026, you were able to observe her physical condition, right?
Yes.
And what were your observations of her physical condition?
Well, she's utilizing a wheelchair. Generally speaking, there were not necessarily abnormal movements that I observed. She seemed comfortable physically.
Did you find that she was able to kind of navigate her situation herself? Meaning you were in a room with her with other individuals, right?
Yes.
And she was able to kind of take care of her own.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they
Sustain, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
Okay. I'm sorry. I squirreled for a minute, and I okay, y'all. Hector is getting off work early. I'm trying to text with him. He's got to go to the store. I was trying to text, and I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't paying attention for 10 seconds, and I come back to my thought, and I hear him say, "Oh, she rolled her wheelchair down the." Sir, I'm sorry. What? Yeah, hold up. We have a squirrel moment. Hold up. I'm sorry. All I heard was she was rolling a wheelchair. Sir, no. Okay, hold up. Oh, God.
Moving herself around.
I'm going to object leading at this point, just as they
Sustain, if you just ask the observations.
What did you observe her do as far as moving herself around the room? Was she able to do that?
Yes, at the moments when there were transitions, when we took a break and she went out to the hall, she was able to navigate her wheelchair one place or another.
And when you spoke with her on April 10th and April 12th, were you able to kind of have a conversation with her about her level of functioning at the Tewksbury?
Yes.
And did she tell you anything about what her general day looked like?
She described her general day. She described basically her existence there at Tewksbury.
Okay. And did she indicate to you whether she engaged with other patients, or did she spend her day mostly in bed, or what did she say about that?
Mostly, she described she stays in bed or on her own. I don't think she described interacting with patients very much. There were a couple of ways in which she did interact with staff, at least. There was a therapist that she described working with. She did describe having had a physical therapist at a certain point. I'm not sure if I remember if she still was getting physical therapy. She stated she wasn't very interested in the physical therapy that she was getting there. She wasn't interested in the food there. She described having visitors at a not infrequent basis, and that sometimes she was able to eat food or drinks that were brought in by them.
And who were her visitors, if you recall?
Family members mostly, as well as I believe both, and I'm not sure if they were specifically from the Brigham or Maternal, but or any place in particular, but I believe religious figures, chaplain or priest from some organizations.
And her having told you that she kind of has visitors, were you able to corroborate that in reviewing records that she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Shut the fuck up. Shut
Now,
the fuck.
did she indicate to you?
Y'all, I'm sorry. Are we seriously having a conversation? Are we seriously having a conversation? Sorry. Let's rewind. I'm sorry.
That she had visitors?
Yes.
And were you able to corroborate or were you able to identify in the records that she did interact with staff and patients at the hospital, according to the records?
To some degree, yes.
And you said that she had indicated to you that the food wasn't appealing at the hospital. And did you have the chance to observe her consuming her own snacks or beverages?
Beverages, yes.
Muffins. I need a Diet Coke. I consume my own beverage when I lost my shit one day, and y'all, I'm squirreling so hard right now. This is just I can't believe we're asking these questions. Did she have visitors? Yes. Did she talk to the visitors? Yes. Did she have a snack that wasn't on the mental facilities list that her mama bought her out of the vending machine when she came in the facility? Oh, we're not supposed to do that. Oh, that doctor. Oh, how about a coconut Dr. Pepper? Y'all.
Now, did she indicate to you her level of attention to hygiene and grooming while at Tewksbury?
She did. She described that she wasn't very interested in her own hygiene or grooming.
And were you able to later in the conversation speak with her about her ability to take care of her own daily activities like grooming? For instance, showering. Was she able to do that on her own?
Showering is embarrassing. It requires staff to help her. And that's one way in which she would rather not. It may also be that she described a lack of interest. So it's both components.
When you observed her, did she appear to be disheveled or not properly groomed in your meetings on April 10th and 12th?
No, she appeared groomed sufficiently. And I believe her hair was combed and she was wearing neat clothing.
You know, I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to tell you something right now. If I was Lindsay Clancy and I'm sitting here at this table, I don't give a fuck. Y'all have lost your ever-loving mind. Sitting here talking about whether or not, dude, okay, yeah, it is 3 years later that you're interviewing her. You know, it's not like the next day after the incident where her hair was probably all fucked up and she had on just a hospital gown strapped to a bed.
Now, did she describe to you
this is
her
unreal.
thoughts or feelings about her current
Unbelievable.
situation?
Yes.
And what did she say about
Here.
that?
Well, She described feeling depressed, which she termed
You think?
situational depression. She described feeling, I'm not sure the exact term she used, but feeling miserable,
You
not
think?
wanting to be alive.
You
And
think?
Finish, please. If he's finished, that's fine, but don't cut him off.
All right, yeah. That's all right.
I'm sorry, doctor, were you done?
Yes.
Thank you. So when you were meeting with her, do you recall her indicating that she reported being devastated,
Yes.
that she was devastated and grieving by her current situation?
Yes.
When you met with her at the Tewksbury Hospital, did you go over with her what her current treatment regimen is, what current medication she was on?
I did.
Was she able to tell you what medication she was taking?
Yes.
And were you able to confirm that with the records, that that was an accurate report?
Yes.
So what medications, when you met with her in April 2026, was she currently on?
Well, in terms of psychiatric medications, the main medication of note is olanzapine. I believe that there were several medications being used for her physical needs. One that helps with her bladder, one that helps with movement of the GI system.
Well, let's just kind of focus on the psychiatric medications, right? Because that's of your interest.
It's Zyprexa. Zyprexa. Just cut the crap. It's Zyprexa. You want to be using all these? It's Zyprexa. Okay. It's an atypical antipsychotic medicine. It's to help it's to help the dopamine and serotonin regulate your moods, behavior, thinking pattern.
Here, you mentioned olanzapine. What's the common or the brand name for that?
It's called Zyprexa.
And what is it used to treat?
Originally, it was created to be an antipsychotic medication, so to treat psychosis.
Okay. And are you aware that it's prescribed to Ms. Clancy for bipolar?
Yes, it is also used for mania. It is also sometimes used.
The question was bipolar.
Yeah, the question, if you could just listen to the question, the question, and then if the Commonwealth or the other side wants to add to the answer, they'll ask you, okay? Go ahead.
So I think my question was, are you aware that the Zyprexa is prescribed for bipolar?
So bipolar is a disorder. Yes, bipolar is a disorder of mania.
The answer was
which is,
yes
I'm
or
sorry,
no.
why I was mentioning at that point.
And what was the dosage of the Zyprexa that she was on, if you recall?
I believe it was 2.5 milligrams.
And in your experience, is that a significant dosage?
No, it's a small dose.
Are you aware of any other psychiatric medications that she's prescribed at Tewksbury?
I believe she's also taking trazodone.
For sleep.
How about
Mood stabilizer.
Wellbutrin? Is that ring a bell?
Yes, Wellbutrin is an antidepressant medication.
And clonidine, does that sound familiar?
Yes, clonidine is a medication that's sometimes used for anxiety or to help people go to sleep.
And are you familiar with the propranolol?
Propranolol is also a
Propranolol.
medication. It also is sometimes used to help with anxiety.
And as far as the dosage of medication that she's on, based on your review of the records, where are those high doses, low doses?
Overall, they're on the lower side of dosages.
And you indicated briefly in your testimony that she had reported to you that she believes to have situational depression.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with her about the diagnosis from Tewksbury?
Why don't you explain situational depression real quick for these jurors?
There were times that if you're asking about bipolar disorder, at one point she made the statement that she wasn't convinced that she has bipolar or has had bipolar disorder. She described situational depression in terms of feeling depressed about the several stressors that she experiences today.
And what are those stressors?
Well, the remorse and sadness about the events that this case is about, her separation or estrangement from her then husband, her being separated from the world, her physical injury.
Do you recall her actually using the term remorse, or is that just your description of the conversation you had?
That's my summarization right here.
Okay. Now, When you were meeting with her, did you talk to her about past medication regimens that she had been on prior to the current regimen of the Zyprexa and Wellbutrin?
Yes.
And so are you aware that she had previously been prescribed at some point lithium?
Yes.
And is that something that would be important to you to know when you were conducting your own evaluation for diagnosis of whether somebody was on lithium?
It might help, but in psychiatry, we don't make diagnoses based on medication response.
And
Oh, on my mind. I have questions. Lithium.
when it came to
Lithium.
the report of the lithium, fair to say it was not something that was trialed for a very long period of time.
Yes, and let me correct that. It's not that we don't make diagnoses. We don't categorize or define disorders by medication response.
Thank you.
I heard the description of the trial of lithium. That was a short trial.
And about her physical injuries, did you have a conversation with her about her understanding of her physical injuries?
Yes.
Do you recall whether she reported that she had any head injuries after January 24th?
She denied that she had had a head injury.
And was she familiar with the extent of her spinal injury?
Yes.
Meaning she was able to explain to you where the injuries occurred? And
that's correct.
Were you able to review in your interview with her past psychiatric history?
Yes.
And did she have a significant past psychiatric history?
Prior to the year 2022, she had not. She had been, over time, very hard driving, someone who tended to get anxious, and anxiety sometimes pushed her to achieve or to do things. There had been two short periods of depression or anxiety throughout her lifetime. In one, she had been prescribed antidepressant medication around 2 years before 2022, which she had
Prozac.
not actually taken. She had tended to resolve her anxiety or depression through exercise and hard work.
And when you say the two short periods, are you speaking of periods after childbirth?
One was while she was in nursing school, and the other was after the birth of her second child.
So you were able to have a conversation with her about nursing school and going on medications during that experience, right?
Yes.
And as far as the second episode where she described anxiousness and seeking medication, did she indicate to you whether she actually took medication?
No,
after the birth?
Sorry.
After the birth of her second child.
She had been prescribed it, but she hadn't taken it.
Now,
And we
based on
know
your
why.
review of records and your interview with her, were you able to identify and learn some general information about her family history?
Yes.
Did you report anyone in her family suffering from any other mental illness in the past?
No.
So no history of bipolar disorder or prior depression?
Correct. No such history.
Did you also review with her her work history?
Yes.
And did you talk to her about whether there were any adverse events in her past that affected her?
That is something I asked about. And also I was able to look at her records to try to elicit if there were any particular adverse events in her life.
Did you find any?
Oh wait. Let me. You looked at her records? You mean somebody was able to pull up her records and look at them from the past? Oh, okay.
No.
Evidence of any? And you said that prior to 2022, there hadn't been, or there was minimal psychiatric history. Did you look at and talk to her about the period of 2022 from approximately September leading up to the events of January 24th, 2023?
Yes, I did.
So as far as going through that time period, you were able to review her medication history during that time?
Yes.
And fair to say there was a significant amount of medications that you looked at as far
Yes.
as what she was taking and what it was prescribed for?
Correct.
Did anything stand out to you in the timeline of her medication history that was significant in this case?
Well, she was initially prescribed medication in September of 2022. She didn't actually start taking that medication, sertraline, until October. There were several different medications that were prescribed. It is not clear that she actually took every medication that was ever prescribed or that she necessarily took it more than 1 or 2 times. There was a period of trial on a second antidepressant called Prozac. There were various medications used to help her to sleep. And then there was a several-week period of taking a medication called Seroquel or quetiapine.
Are you familiar with that medication in your practice?
I am.
And is it fair to say that that medication has multiple functions, like most psychiatric medications? When you reviewed her history, what was the initial dose that she was prescribed for it?
Just 25 milligrams.
And what is a 25 milligram dose of Seroquel? What is that generally prescribed for?
Well, it's often prescribed these days to help individuals to sleep. But Seroquel is also, like Zyprexa, a antipsychotic medication. It can be used to help people to sleep. It can be used to help psychosis. It can be used to help the treatment of depression.
And as far as your review of the medication timeline for this defendant with the Seroquel, would the amount of time that she took the Seroquel have had any lasting effects biologically on her brain or her body?
There's no known effect that one would have from the amount of time that she took it. There could have been temporary effects, which could have been affecting her functioning or her psychological reaction to her functioning. But there's no known biological long-term effect.
So when you say that they could have some effect, are we talking about symptoms or negative symptoms maybe?
Good question, Destiny.
Seroquel might affect a person's ability to think straight. We talked earlier about cognition, the ability to pay attention, to concentrate, to have memory. And Seroquel can negatively affect your cognitive functioning, although it is expected that that will eventually go away when you stop taking the medication.
And is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Yes.
Not substantially. Some medication.
Ma'am, from somebody who has taken it, y'all, no, ma'am, no, ma'am, no, ma'am. And if you stop it, there are effects. There are side effects. I will tell you right here and now, when they, no, my word that okay, calm down, Sheila, breathe. When they suddenly stopped mine, because yes, at one time I was on Seroquel. When they stopped mine, what I could describe to the doctor was brain zaps. That was the only word, zaps, that I could explain the feeling when they took the Seroquel away just immediately without any dropping it down. So, no, ma'am. I'm telling you, people react differently. People react differently to meds. Just because one person claims one way doesn't mean it's not going to affect somebody else differently. I'm sorry, Cindy, I wasn't even reading the chat. Everyone has different effects of any, right? Look at you over here, breathe, because you know I'm losing my shit. This is
That do linger, like.
Is Seroquel a type of medication that lingers in a person's system?
Not substantially. There are some medications that do linger, like diazepam or Valium, which is another medication that she was later prescribed. All medications are, on a relative basis. So diazepam will stay in your body much longer than, say, lorazepam, a different benzodiazepine.
Okay, but as far as the Seroquel goes, once a person stops taking it, is it fair to say that the symptoms or any negative symptoms that they have would eventually resolve themselves?
Yes.
eventually, bitch.
And you're aware of the
Sorry.
medications, the last reported medications that the defendant was on right before the events of January 24th?
I am.
And what were those?
Melatonin, lorazepam, trazodone, and an antidepressant medication called amitriptyline.
And as far as the amitriptyline, you're aware of what the dosage was?
Well, on the day before January 24th, it became 20 milligrams, but for several days before that, it was 10 milligrams.
Now, in your experience, a 10 milligram to 20 milligram dose of amitriptyline, is that a significant dosage?
It's small. The usual starting dose for an adult is 150 milligrams.
Are you aware of what the chief complaints or problems that the defendant had been reporting at the time when these medications were all being prescribed to her in 2022?
Well, it's a several month period, but it started in September of 2022 with complaints of anxiety and depression.
And fair to say, in reviewing all the records and with your conversation, that sleep also was a main issue or a complaint.
Yes, that's right.
And in some of the medications that you reviewed, is sleep, could the medications themselves affect a person's sleep?
Yes, sertraline can.
Now, as far as past diagnosis of this defendant, you were able to review overall and all the records that were available to you, what different providers had given as far as past diagnoses, correct?
Yes.
And as far as your overall evaluation in determining criminal responsibility, where you have to answer first that question of mental disease or defect, do you rely on those prior diagnoses or do you come to your own conclusions?
I come to my own conclusions.
Are the fact that there were past diagnoses something that you consider?
Yes, especially to the extent that they highlighted the basis for those prior diagnoses. I don't necessarily have to agree with the diagnoses, but I'm interested in what was observed in terms of coming to those diagnoses.
And when you're doing these types of evaluations for criminal responsibility, why do you not rely on a past diagnosis? Why do you come to your own conclusion?
Well, that's part of being an independent evaluator, where in your mind, you're able to collate the information and make your own diagnosis.
As far as kind of before we move on to your actual diagnosis, in addition to the interview that you had with the defendant over those 2 days, reviewing all the records, did you attempt to speak with what are called collaterals?
I did not.
Is that something that you sometimes do in these evaluations?
Sometimes.
Fair to say, in this particular case, you did have a significant amount of information from people that were close to the defendant, right?
That was my view, yes.
And after speaking with the defendant, did she identify to you some people that maybe you could talk to?
I don't remember who she said, but I think she suggested perhaps her husband or then husband.
But you yourself didn't have an interview with Patrick Clancy, did you?
No.
But you were able to review his grand jury testimony and interviews he's given with the police in the past, right?
Yes, I did. And CPS.
And as far as speaking with the defendant's parents or her sister, are you aware that attempts were made or requests were made to speak with them, but they didn't respond?
I wasn't aware of that. I was not.
So based on everything that you reviewed in this case, were you able to come to a conclusion about diagnosis?
Yes, I did.
And at the time that you conducted this evaluation, what is your opinion about diagnosis?
My opinion about her diagnosis in the span from 2022 to 2023 is that she suffered from what's called a major depressive episode. That probably is a part of what's called a major depressive disorder. But the important point about it is the major depressive episode.
What made you come to that conclusion based on her presentations?
The information about her feelings and the progression of her illness highlighted that it was best represented by a major depressive episode. It's a condition defined in DSM-5 where an individual displays problems with mood, problems with feeling pleasure, feelings of guilt or worthlessness, problems with appetite, problems with sleep, preoccupation with death or suicide, poor concentration, poor energy, perhaps also what's called psychomotor agitation or retardation. So one doesn't necessarily need to show all of those, but as it is in the DSM criteria sets, one needs to have a certain threshold. And her history and her description of her experience, in my view, matched a major depressive episode.
Okay. And you indicated that it was kind of a progressive thing from the fall into January of 2023, right?
Yes.
And in addition to the low mood, were you able to identify that she presented with anxiety at various points?
Yes, very much.
And did you also make observations of obsessive thinking?
Yes, obsessive thinking is a kind of anxiety where you repeatedly think about a topic, maybe that you're asking, what if, what if, what if? And it's the kind of form of anxiety that you frequently see in an anxiety disorder called generalized anxiety disorder. I think it's possible she also had generalized anxiety disorder, but that is sort of secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay.
Susan says, psychiatric drugs have no test to determine if you have a chemical imbalance, so they're basically guessing. Susan, you have a point there. But those who have mental health issues seem to be guinea pigs. Sorry, that's just my impression, my thought, my opinion, because we're not all the same. Not everybody's chemicals inside their body are the same. We don't all react to medications the same. What works for one may not work for the others. Muffins in the chat is my child. She is my adult child. We both have had our problems. We have both dealt. We are both on the right track. And let me tell you, there's meds she could take that I couldn't. There's meds I could take, she couldn't. So our bodies are not always the same when it comes to taking medications. We do not always react the same. There you go. Thank you, baby girl. Yep. You agree. I mean, I'm not picking on anybody. I'm making a point that we are all different. And I really feel like we've all been played as guinea pigs when it comes to taking medications. It's a trial and error thing. And some of us react to it different than others. So this is just I hearing him say this and they're just this one person. Well, did she write down all of her feelings of every time she took a medication? Did she I mean, I know she journaled a lot. I used to journal a lot too when it came to all that. Okay, I'm gonna breathe a minute. Thank you, Cindy. It is. I mean, we don't all act the same. Welcome back, Southern.
Now, in the
And hi, if you're new here, this is Rubber Ramada Reviews. We review everything from trials to documents to anything true crime. I have a stress duct to keep myself sane sometimes because, yeah, otherwise I want to throw things because I get irritated. Welcome to the duck pond. If you don't mind, hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, turn the notification bells on.
time closest to January 24th of 2023.
Secondary to the major depressive episode.
Okay. Now, in the time closest to January 24th of 2023, did you take a look at what her presentation and what her mental state was then, based on all the information that you had available to you?
Yes, I did.
Did you identify whether she was ever presenting in a manic state or a hypomanic state?
Throughout the period from 2022 to 2023, no. There was never indication of any element of mania or hypomania.
So just to make it kind of clear to the jury here.
Not going to whatever he's fixing to say, there is a difference between hypomania and mania. Hypomania lasts at least 4 days. Mania lasts at least 7 days and is usually suggested a hospital stay. Hypomania is mild. It's not as intense. You might feel like cleaning more or whatever. Mania is where you're like, oh, I'm here, I'm there, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm gonna go wash these walls. Oh, nope, gotta go change the dog beds. I'm gonna go clean the laundry. That is mania. There's a difference between hypomania and regular mania. Hypomania, you still have your regular routines. You still You know, you get up in the morning, you take your meds, you cook breakfast, you get showered. With mania, you don't give a shit. You could go showerless for 4 days. You could, don't even it's totally different. It's totally different. Hypomania, also, you don't have hallucinations or delusions usually. Mania is where you get the psychotic features, all the crazies, the thoughts and the racing so there is a big difference. I needed to point that out before anybody says anything because there is a difference.
When you talk about major depressive disorder, that's a identified disorder in the DSM, right?
Yes.
And when we use terminology like mania, right? What is mania?
So mania is a mood state, just like major depressive episode is a mood state. And these are the sort of building blocks of the mood disorders, bipolar disorders and major depressive disorder. So just like major depressive episode, mania is defined in the DSM, where with a certain time threshold, in this case for mania, 7 days, where you consistently have at least 4 of the following symptoms, you would be called being in a manic state. So that includes distractibility, a type of thinking called flight of ideas, grandiosity, excessive goal-directed behavior, pressured speech or some abnormality of speech, a reduced degree of need for sleep, and also the 7th would be an engagement in activities that have a high potential that are pleasurable but have a high potential for painful consequences. So mania requires 7 days of that, most of the day, every day, and you need 4 over 7 days. Hypomania is a lesser type of mania, and you need only 3 over a 4-day period. In both cases, as it is for major depressive episode, you also need to demonstrate that the person is impaired in a clinically significant way. That is to say, they have clinically significant impairment or distress. So these are the building blocks
And
for
you
the
should.
mood conditions.
You
that we're talking
should,
about.
Robin.
And so when you say you looked at the defendant's condition from September through January, September 2022 through January 2023, did you observe or did you find any evidence of mania or hypomania in what was reported was her conduct or her presentation?
I could not find any example of behavior or thinking that corresponded with those elements of mania or hypomania.
Now, what about
Wait. Reddington better come back on this because we've heard about her wanting to take Oh.
in the days immediately after the incident, were there, you said you reviewed records from Brigham and Women's
I
Hospital,
can't wait
correct?
for Cross.
Did you identify or could you find any evidence of mania or hypomania during that time period?
No.
And in fact, there are actually some instances that would tell you that she was in those states, correct? Like her behavior?
Yes, sustained.
During the time period of immediately after the incident, what did you observe or did you observe in the records some activity at Brigham and Women's Hospital that would show that she had linear thinking and goal direction?
Well, after she was removed from
She took the clay and she made a ashtray. So she had linear thinking. God damn it.
from the medication called dexmedetomidine, which was sedating her and having her sleep intentionally. After that point, she awakened, the records indicate, and was able to think coherently with goal-directed thoughts. One example, and so the various mental status examinations done by the doctors.
I'm joking, by the way. I don't know what she did.
showed
I'm just
normal mental
agitated.
status. One particular portion of the record reviews their review of whether or not she had the ability to make a decision. In that case, a change to her healthcare proxy. And so the physicians there were able to examine her closely in order to understand that she did have decision-making capacity.
And that's an example of something you
Thank you,
reviewed in the
Cindy.
record that was close in time to the incident itself, correct?
Yes.
And you also were able to review records from Jennifer Tufts from an appointment with the defendant the day before the incident occurred, correct?
I did.
And again, in those records, did you find anything that would have been suggestive of mania or hypomania?
Not of mania or hypomania, no.
What about psychosis? Did you observe any of that?
I did not throughout the period in question.
So tell us what psychosis means.
Psychosis is a form of thinking where the person has disorganization and also may have a lack of what is called reality testing. So the individual may not be able to engage in behaviors or activities or cognitive thoughts to check if a belief or an experience is real or not.
So is there any particular way in which a person can display psychosis?
Psychosis can be displayed in many different ways. It can be based on the things a person says. For example, delusions are fixed false beliefs that the individual has, and that they exist despite the person being told that that's not true or testing it with others. You also can at least suspect psychosis in the form of hallucinations, which are unreal stimuli that an individual experiences. Sometimes you may see individuals actually moving their body to respond to stimuli that they think or they are experiencing in the environment. But hallucinations can also be taste, smell, or things that you hear or things that you see or feel on your body. And there is a kind of psychosis that includes some of that, but also simply includes an individual's lack of ability to act in an organized manner.
So a person in psychosis can sometimes do the normal things that they always do, right?
It depends on what kind of psychosis and how bad the psychosis is or to what extent it is occurring. But individuals with, say, delusional disorder, which is a disorder where your problem is you have a delusion that is affecting your life, those individuals can mostly go about their lives in other areas, at least other areas that don't have to do with that particular false belief.
What about with hallucinations? How does that manifest itself?
There is a subgroup of the population that actually experiences hallucinations frequently and has no negative effect from it. But for those who have hallucinations as a part of a disorder of psychosis or bipolar or mood, there are ways in which the individual can live with the psychosis or live with the hallucination and be able to be resilient to it and go ahead with their lives.
So even if a person does have some form of psychosis or has delusions or hallucinations, they could still manage in society by following the rules, right?
Like I said, it depends on which delusion or which hallucination, but there are individuals, and it may be who can, and there may also be people who can on a stable basis, but there also are individuals.
Next question.
As far as a person who might be suffering from psychosis, can they appreciate or do they know right from wrong?
There's no reason that psychosis in of itself inhibits a person's ability to know right from wrong.
Now, as far as in this case with this particular defendant, you have identified that you believe it's a major depressive disorder, right?
Yes.
Did you consider other diagnoses?
Yes.
What about bipolar? Did you consider bipolar?
I weighed whether there might have been bipolar disorder.
And so why not for this defendant?
Well, to be diagnosed with bipolar disorder, you need to have had a manic episode. That's at least for bipolar type 1. For bipolar type 2, you need to have had a hypomanic episode. And there's no information in the available record that displays either of those. So you can't diagnose bipolar disorder.
Did you consider the fact that this defendant, or that there's been some indication of postpartum for the defendant?
Yes.
And did that affect your opinions about diagnosis?
As I said before, in psychiatry, we diagnose based on the symptoms that the individual presents with. So in the DSM, in our manner of diagnosing, when you have discerned what is the prominent symptom that the individual is suffering from, that becomes the disorder that carries your diagnosis. There are times that you can designate that it has occurred in the postpartum period. DSM states that would be within 4 weeks of birth. It also allows for the symptoms to have occurred before birth. So that is the standard that we utilize when we choose to add on that designation of something being postpartum.
I object. It doesn't matter what we do, it's what he does.
All right, next question.
So as far as consideration of postpartum, do you rely on the DSM-5 in your diagnostic criteria?
I do.
You're aware that there are other, that it's not universal across the world and that there are other opinions about the postpartum period, right?
I'm aware that there are psychiatrists and others who have asked to make a specific diagnosis that relates to psychiatric problems in the postpartum state. That has been studied over the years. At this point, that has been suggested to the makers of the DSM and has been rejected.
But it's, so I guess my question is more based on your overall view of a review of this particular defendant. The onset of symptoms, when did they occur in this postpartum period, or did they?
The distress that we're talking about began in September, which is about 4 months after the birth of the most recent child.
And so if you're relying on the DSM as 4 weeks postpartum for a lot of these illnesses, mental illnesses, then the defendant was well outside that period, right?
Correct.
And as far as for the last child, when the killings occurred, that would have been 8 months after the postpartum period, correct?
Roughly, yes.
Now, in this case, you are aware of certain behaviors and thoughts that the defendant had that have been suggested as psychotic, correct?
Yes.
And did you consider those as potential psychotic features for this defendant?
Yes.
And so can you explain to us some of those potential features and what your opinion is about them?
Right. Well, some of them were beliefs or concerns that Ms. Clancy had, which weren't necessarily psychotic. So one was the idea that in the midst of her distress and her impairment, that Child Protective Services or the Child Welfare Agency would act on, somehow take away her kids, to speak in a global way, but to somehow interact with her. I don't know that that's psychotic. Another is the idea that she was damaged permanently by the medications that she took. I can appreciate that she felt side effects and a degree of change from the medications that she took. So I don't know that that feeling or that belief is necessarily psychotic. So those are two that I would mention right off the bat.
What about the idea that somebody could hear her thoughts? Did you look into that?
There was one episode where she wasn't sure and asked her mother, I believe, the question, "Can you hear my thoughts?" And was told no. And so while there is a form of psychosis called thought broadcasting, that wasn't her belief. That wasn't her belief that she was engaging in thought broadcasting where she was putting her thoughts out into the world. As I read it, the question was not psychotic. The question was one that reflected the distress and the intrusive thoughts that she was having without it necessarily being psychotic. She engaged in reality testing when she asked, "Did you hear that?"
And you had the conversation with her about thought broadcasting in your interview, correct?
Yes.
And you were able to ask some follow-up questions of her directly to identify whether she was or wasn't doing that.
Yes.
And based on your conversation with her and what you learned in that interview, did you believe that she was engaged in thought broadcasting?
No, I do not.
You're aware that there were also concerns that were voiced by her that there was other things wrong with her body, not just damage from medication, right?
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you consider that to determine whether that was a psychotic feature for this defendant?
Yes. So an example was her worry that she had ketoacidosis. I didn't necessarily think that that was psychotic. It may have been wrong, but it wasn't necessarily psychotic. She had been given a medication, Seroquel, where one of the side effects is that it negatively interferes with your glucose system. And ketoacidosis is the worst case scenario when you have poor control of your glucose. So I don't know that she had a fixed false belief that she had ketoacidosis, but she was worried about having ketoacidosis.
So when you say that you considered these things and you didn't believe them to be psychotic, are you talking about them in the realm of, were they delusional, were they fixed false beliefs, or something else?
Right. So I use that term specifically, as I said before, a delusion, which is a form of psychosis, is a fixed false belief, which is really immutable. You can't be convinced otherwise. But these were not fixed false beliefs. These were concerns.
And did you find that the concerns were rational based on your overall view of everything?
Right. Not only were they concerns, but they aligned with the realities that she had experienced.
Now, what about the idea of these intrusive thoughts? You reviewed the records to know that was a common report of her, that she had intrusive thoughts, correct?
Yes.
And that at various points she did identify that she did want to die.
Yes.
Is being suicidal a form of psychosis?
No.
What, if anything, does the idea of suicide tell you about this defendant or about her situation?
Well, it tells me that she was suffering, and that it was a part of, in my view, it was a part of a major depressive episode. 10 to 15% of women in the postpartum period have depressive disorders, and it can be very serious, and it can lead to suicidality or the need for hospitalization or other interventions. So the records show in my interviews that I gathered information that she was suffering, and suicidality is a form of suffering.
Now, when you talk about suicidality, does it have to make sense why the person is suicidal?
No, suicidality occurs, but it doesn't always make sense. Sometimes there might be places where one might say, well, why was that person suicidal? They had only good things in life, speaking hypothetically. But especially when an individual has depression, it just occurs.
Now, when you're talking about people that have suicidal ideation, are there certain things known as protective factors?
Yes.
And did you identify in your review of this case in the records whether the defendant presented with any protective factors when it comes to suicidality?
Well, are you asking, did Ms. Clancy identify protective factors?
Yeah, at some point, it's fair to say she did identify protective factors.
She did.
And what were the protective factors?
Mainly her mother and her children. That is to say, she wanted to, her urges or her interest in suiciding was something that she chose not to do because of the worry that she would hurt them by suiciding.
And your review of the records from McLean Hospital, fair to say that one of the reasons for discharge was that she herself identified that she wouldn't have commit the act because of her kids.
That was one of the factors. When I make decisions to allow somebody to be discharged, it's an overall weighing of risk factors and protective factors.
All right, Council, it's 1 o'clock. Why don't we take the afternoon recess at this point? Okay? All right, thank God. So, Mr. Drew, we're going to take the afternoon recess.
Okay. With that luxury of Zoom, we don't look at this stuff. We just carry on. Hector is home and the dogs are deciding they're going to want to take a nap with him. And that's not going over well. So you might hear him hollering at the dogs to get off the bed. So you're hotter than a torta. Okay. He's hotter than a torta. That's all I'm going to say.
It can be.
Okay, back it up.
Things that.
Whoop. Okay. Look at everybody in court. Look at all this in there with their computers and working. Hey, there's Bob Mata back here. Hey, Bob. Hey, Bob. Okay, zoom. And I'm telling you what, I peeked. I cheated. I peeked ahead. I cheated. I peeked. And I don't know what's happening, but we will get to it. But the cross, I bet, will be fire.
Dr. Mack, before we broke, we were talking about protective factors in suicide. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Can you just explain to the jury what a protective factor is?
Well, when a person is suicidal, they have risk factors and they have protective factors. Risk factors are those aspects of the individual that make it more likely that the person is going to act on their suicidal thoughts. And protective factors do the opposite. There are things that hold the person back from acting on their suicidal interests.
And in this case, you're aware that the defendant had previously indicated that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection, it's not the thoughts, it's the action.
No, overruled. Yes.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal
afternoon, Teresa.
interests or
Right.
ideation.
I guess
I want him to repeat. I want her to repeat that question. How are you, Teresa? I hope you're having a good day.
that her kids and her mother were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection, it's not the thoughts, it's the action.
How,
No, over.
thank you, but no, wait. Reddington is right. It's a thought. It's not an action. What I
There were reasons why she didn't continue with the thoughts of suicide in the past, right?
Well, objection, it's not the thoughts, it's the action.
No, overruled. Yes.
I'm not sure if your question is that kept her from acting on suicidal interests or
Right.
ideation.
I guess the important part I'm trying to piece together is it was her statements to professionals that her mother and her kids were reasons why she wouldn't have committed the act.
Correct.
Okay. And you are aware that at the time of the event or after the event, she indicated that a voice told her that she needed to kill the kids so that she could kill herself.
Yes.
And this was the same day that she then attempted to kill herself.
Correct.
Now, on the day of January 24th, 2023, you are aware that the defendant had reported that, for all intents and purposes, earlier in the day was a good day.
There are reports that earlier in the day was a good day.
And is the fact that she reported good feelings consistent with the suicidality or inconsistent?
I apologize. Did he say that she said she had a good day or someone else did? I just didn't hear that.
Yeah, if you could maybe kind of bring that out, what that source is.
Well, as far as the reports of it being a good day, when you spoke with her, did she describe the events earlier in the day as a good day? Playing with the kids, that kind of thing?
She described the day as being a fun and productive day.
And you're aware that others reported, including her husband Patrick, that earlier that day it appeared to have been a good day.
Right. So one example is when Patrick was talking to the Child Welfare Agency that evening, I believe, he said that was the best day she had had in a long time,
So
or something to that effect.
the fact that there were reports of it being a good day, is that inconsistent or consistent with the idea of the attempted suicide?
It's not inconsistent with suicide. It's also not inconsistent with the depressive disorder that she had. Much of the time, depression, major depressive episodes start to recover after around 3 or 4 months. It also is in my own view in psychiatry, and I believe others, an awareness that as a person is beginning to recover from the worst of their depression, sometimes suicides do happen when the person starts developing a little bit more energy and ability to act on their interests.
So in your experience, do people sometimes display those positive feelings immediately prior to either an attempt or a suicide?
Yes, that is something that does happen in my experience. While they're still very depressed, but they begin to be on the trajectory towards relative improvement.
Now, just going back for a quick second, you had talked a little bit about hallucinations, and you described different types of hallucinations, meaning things that you can taste or hear or see, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the what's called command hallucinations?
Yes.
And what are those?
Command auditory hallucinations are a type of hallucination where you're hearing something and it is telling you an expectation for you to do.
And are those things usually persistent?
It can vary sometimes. It can be persistent. Other times it can be sporadic.
Going to your conversation with the defendant about the events of January 24th, 2023, you in your interview with her were able to speak with her about her recollection of that day, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things that was done in that interview was that she was explaining what happened in chronological order, right? From the beginning of the day to the last thing she could remember.
That's correct.
Did she also tell it to you in reverse?
She was asked to recite it in reverse, yes.
And did she tell the same story forwards and backwards?
Yes.
Was she able to recall details of some parts of the day but not others?
Yes, I would say that's correct.
And did she describe to you when she heard this voice?
Her experience that is called a voice occurred in the late afternoon.
Do you recall what she reported about the voice?
Her experience was that the voice was of a male and it was loud.
And what did the voice say?
The voice said to the effect of, you should kill the kids. This is your last chance so that you can kill yourself.
And what did she say happened after she heard this voice?
She engaged in the activity of taking her children's lives.
And she was able to describe to you how she did that, correct? And she first stated that she took Dawson down to the basement
Yes,
and then wrapped the exercise band around his neck and strangled him.
yes.
And what did she say that she said when she did that?
She described that while that was happening, she was saying out loud, go to God.
And did she describe the same for both Cora and then Callan?
Essentially, yes.
And the voice that she said she heard, was it one time or more than one time she heard the voice?
Multiple times is what she described.
And after she had killed the kids, did the voice continue in her report?
I don't remember that it did. It may have, I don't remember.
And then after the kids were gone, she then made an effort to take her own life, correct? And how did she do that?
Right, so she did. She described that she went ahead to take her life or attempt to take her life with multiple steps. She went to her room upstairs in the house and took the various medications that were present. She cut at her wrists and at her neck, and then she caused herself to fall from the window.
Okay, and as far as going out the window, did she tell you whether she had to do anything with the screen?
She described to me that she cut the screen.
And then she dove out the window.
Well, objection, that's not what he said.
Well, what did she do after she cut the screen?
She fell from the window.
Did you ask her, or was there conversation about the phone call that she received from Patrick?
There was.
And was she able to clearly identify when the call came from Patrick?
I don't exactly recall exactly when, but it was sometime in the around 18 to 20 minutes that this was happening that she received that call.
Do you recall if part of the conversation about the timeline of events, whether the voice came as soon as Patrick left the house or before or after the phone call?
My recollection is that it happened as soon as Patrick had left.
Now, were there some things in what she...
I have so many questions for him. I have so many questions. Let me question him. Reddington's going to pull this all together. I have faith in Reddington.
was telling you about the events that was different from what you reviewed from other information in this case.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you recall that there were things in the version that she told you in your interview that were different or not consistent with the information you knew about the case.
Well, two things come to mind. One is the locking or the closing of the bedroom door.
Talking in circles.
And the other is the cutting of the screen of the window.
Okay, and as far as the locking or closing of the bedroom door, do you recall what she told you about that?
She denied that she had done that.
And so from the information you reviewed about reports from Patrick and everything else, did you know that the door had been locked?
That was my understanding.
And the second thing that you indicated about the screen, what information did you have about the screen that was different from what she reported to you?
I believe there was a question as to whether the screen had been cut, perhaps with a sharp.
And as far as the going out the window piece of it, you were aware that she didn't have any head injury, correct?
Yes, I am.
That she had the spinal injuries, the C1 injury, but no injuries to her head.
Correct.
And As far as her report of taking medication or taking pills, did you know whether she took all the pills that she had in the house or?
Well, I'm not sure about the house. She described all the pills in her bedroom.
And were you aware that there were other pill bottles located in other parts of the house?
I'm not sure I knew that.
How about the phone call? She indicated that at the time of the phone call, she believed she had the baby in her hand and she was doing something like taking food out of the fridge or getting food ready for the kids. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And were you aware, do you recall seeing crime scene photos that show that the kids' bowls were in the living room?
Yes.
And that Patrick later reported that he had seen Dawson eating green beans and chicken nuggets before he left the house? Were you aware of that? So, Dr. Mack, based on your review of this case, were you able to come to an opinion to a degree of medical certainty about whether this defendant was suffering from a mental disease or defect on January 24th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And what is that opinion?
That, yes, she was suffering from a mental disease or defect, namely a major depressive episode as a part of major depressive disorder.
And as far as the substantial capacity to appreciate wrongfulness or criminality of conduct, were you able to come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about that?
Yes.
And what's your opinion regarding that?
That she had retained that capacity.
And what information do you rely upon to come to that conclusion?
The first point is that this was a continuation. Her mental state at that time was a continuation of the mental state she had had for months. And it was a mental state that included the capacity to control her behavior and also to be able to conform her conduct to standards of law. So in that sense, first of all, there's not an indication to me that there was something that changed the overall capacity in that regard. Secondly, to the extent we are talking about the ability to conform her conduct to the law, one can analyze her actions and her behaviors and her thoughts on that day, or as close as possible, to the moments of the deaths. And that includes taking one of her children to a pediatrician that day, engaging in fun activities around the house that day, having engaged with one of her children's teachers the day before, having engaged in normal conversations with the restaurant that she ordered food from, 3V, and then also interactions with the pharmacy, CVS, where she was getting the Miralax from. So in all these places, there was the ability to act normally. There doesn't seem to be any deviation from where she had been all along, which included this capacity. Furthermore, I would add that as a part of her interactions with the community or in driving, she had abided by law and abided by standards of the community at all those times. So there isn't necessarily, to me, any way in which that deviated that afternoon.
So you're speaking about her ability to conform conduct, which is one of the things we're talking about here. But I want to go back to the appreciation for wrongfulness or criminality. As far as that goes, were you able to form an opinion about that?
Yes, sorry about that.
That's okay. So what's your opinion about her ability to substantially conform, or excuse me, her substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness or criminality of her conduct?
So I again would go to thinking about what had been her state of mind for at least the month prior, the several months prior. And in all that time, there wasn't any feature that indicated that she didn't have that capacity. But furthermore, when there were moments when she thought about harming the children, when she had the thoughts about that, she was aware in those moments beforehand that that was wrong or against the law and that she could be punished for such an act.
Did you see how he had to say, and against the law? Sir.
You're referring to the December conversation with her husband and her mom?
Yes, and her thoughts about the idea that if anyone knew what I was thinking, the children might be taken away from me.
And also, did the fact that she hadn't had any significant medication changes during that time period, does that also inform your opinion about that?
Well,
Georgia is the goat.
That aligns with what I was saying before about how while depressed, her mental state was relatively stable. It was perhaps improving. I'm not sure about that, but it was stable. There.
Vote to strike that. He's not sure about it.
That answer is stricken. All right.
So the fact that she hadn't undergone any more significant medical or medication changes, I should say, did that signify to you that she had been in the same kind of state she had in the months before?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what about the interaction with Dr. Tufts on January 23rd? Did anything about that suggest that there were any concerns or distress that would have changed her ability to appreciate wrongfulness of her conduct?
No. In that interaction, she displayed normal thinking and the ability to think ahead and to navigate the world.
And what about the statements that she referred to when she was killing the kids, the go to God? Does that inform your opinion?
It does.
And why?
My understanding is that the sentiment go to God is a way of bestowing or thinking about the children as innocents and as ones who hadn't done wrong, while what she was doing was the opposite, was wrong, or could be construed as wrong. And so go to God not only was a hope for the children, but also a description of the situation.
Okay. And what about the report from her that the voice was telling her, this is your last chance? Is that significant to identify whether she would have had some knowledge or known that it was something that was wrong?
Well, to the extent that it was seen as her last chance, yes, because there was an awareness that it was something that would be disallowed by their father.
And as far as after the incident, when she woke up at the Brigham and Women's Hospital, you're aware that she reported to the staff there that she was horrified, correct?
Yes.
And so the fact that she immediately afterwards identified that she was horrified, does that go to her capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of her conduct?
Yes. One can consider that her mental state, once she was removed from the dexmedetomidine, was similar to what it had been on January 24th. And in that regard, the feeling of horror, the feeling of shame that comes from being horrified indicates that she was aware that it had been the wrong thing to do.
And then finally, just to go back to the substantial capacity to conform conduct, you've told us a little bit about that, about the fact that her condition hadn't really changed all that much. You outlined what she did that day. But is there anything else to consider based on everything that you reviewed that would indicate to you that she did maintain a substantial capacity to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law?
I think that in the household, she was engaging in this activity methodically, which highlights to me that there was an ability to conform her behavior to expectations of living in a household.
What do you mean methodically?
As I understand the deaths, they were done methodically, and I think you asked me about that earlier, one by one, in a way that was organized and that was intended to achieve a particular goal. Similarly, her attempt at suicide was organized and thoughtful in a sense that it included as many possible methods as possible.
And as far as the killings of the children methodically, did she report to you in any way that she was given direction by this voice on how to complete the act and what exactly to do?
No, she did not.
And what about the call with Patrick? Is there anything about that indicates that she maintained some control or the ability to control herself where she did engage in a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say.
Trying to really, really keep my composure here. This man said she didn't say help.
Allow this?
In a short conversation with him?
Well, that aligns with what we were talking about before in terms of being aware that he would disapprove or disallow this. And yet she didn't say anything. She didn't say help, or she didn't say, I'm having these thoughts so it wasn't stated.
So again, as far as your overall evaluation of this defendant, Lindsay Clancy, regarding the events of January 24th, 2023, what ultimately is your opinion to a degree of medical certainty regarding criminal responsibility?
My opinion is that she retained the capacities that are required for having criminal responsibility for these actions.
Thank you. Oh, and I would just like to admit Dr. Max Seavey is the next.
Any objection? That may be admitted.
You know, I know, girl, Southern, I am just,
All right, Mr. Reddington?
well, Reddington is, oh, I don't know if you're speaking of Reddington or Dr. Mack,
Dr. Mack, part of your evaluation would be
but my nerves, y'all, I can't even think
an
right now.
intent to investigate the person that you're being asked to evaluate for purposes of an opinion regarding criminal responsibility or lack thereof for the district attorney's office, correct?
What do you mean by investigate?
You don't know what investigate means? You want me to explain that to you?
You might
You're a psychiatrist that's employed by the district attorney, right?
retain by, yes.
Well, okay, so we're gonna talk semantics. Isn't employed by, retained by, mean that you get money from it, right?
I'm paid for my time, yes.
Exactly. And normally I don't even go there. Every one of us are getting paid for our time. Jurors not so much, but nevertheless, you get paid for your time, right?
Correct.
I get paid for my time. The judge, Chrissy, Don, everybody gets paid for their time, right?
I imagine, yes.
So when you are retained by the district attorney's office, you are to evaluate an individual, right?
Yes.
And the individual in this case is Lindsay Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And you recognize her, do you not?
I do.
And you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was, for example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked.
If Reddington grabs her wheelchair and shoves her up in front of him, I'm going to really fall out, y'all. I'm sorry. My mind is racing. I am not even kidding. My emotions are all over the place. I am just going to sit here and be quiet right now because I am.
Her about her life, and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. Into who she, and you actually had a chance to meet with her and do your evaluation, right?
Yes.
And part of your evaluation, you had to investigate into who she was, for example, her education, what she did for work, friends, family, right?
I asked her about her life, and I reviewed records to learn about her life, yes.
Okay. So you're in a mental institution investigating or questioning a woman who's on medication, who is there because she's suicidal and under one-on-one 24/7 observation. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you get the history from her?
Yes.
So did you talk to any collateral contacts?
No.
So how is it that you can tell this jury what her life story is? Did you get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell
that,
you about her
I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell
what,
you
can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question,
Let him
please?
answer the question.
Holy,
she tell you
holy
about- I'm
shit. Wait. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep quiet, but what?
Get it from her?
I got it from her
What
to
did
the
she
extent
tell
that,
you about her
I'm
education?
sorry,
What did she tell
what,
you
can you
about
say
her-
your,
Never mind looking at the judge. What did she tell you about the education?
Wait, listen. You look over there and listen to the question and answer the question.
Can you say the question,
Let
please?
him answer the question.
What did she tell you about? I'm sorry.
Ask the question,
My lip is
What did she
answer the
quivering.
question, and we'll go from there.
What did she tell you about her education?
She described her education in terms of being a hard worker through high school and college, and then going to nursing school.
Okay, where'd you go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall
Bless you,
what the
Steve.
nature of,
I needed your distraction. Bless you, Steve, my favorite little troll that comes and sees me every day. I am so glad you're here. Thank you. I needed your little distraction. I hope you are having a wonderful evening. Okay, I rewound a second and I'm going to hit play again because I'm really trying to control myself. This is a Southern, we are on the state's rebuttal. This is Dr. Avram Mack. He's a forensic psychiatrist who the state brought in their rebuttal. And now Reddington is getting his turn. And he is going to eat him up for lunch. And yes, the snowman didn't do it. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. I needed that. I needed that. Okay, deep breath, everybody. You got a stress duck or a stress ball or whatever. It's safe. It's safe. If you're a member, you could throw voodoo ducks in the chat. I'm going to try to keep my cool, and Hannah is putting up boxing gloves. So, okay, let's go.
Went to nursing school.
Okay, where'd you go to nursing school?
I think the nursing school was through Partners Healthcare, I think at the MGH.
And do you recall what the nature of the nursing was?
Well, she had always wanted to be a labor and delivery nurse, and she was able to achieve that.
So she worked as a labor and delivery nurse
That's my understanding, yes.
for a period of time?
For several years, yes.
9 years, 7 years?
I'm not sure exactly.
Did you talk to any of the nurses that you work with? I mean, was she respected? Was she a hard worker? Was she somebody that was ducking out early, didn't want to work?
I didn't talk to any of her colleagues. I'm aware that she had been there for some time, and I did not hear about any aspects in which her work was deleterious.
Who would you hear from, them?
Well, one might have heard it from the notes from her spouse. It might have heard it from
Let's
the
talk about
defendant
let's
herself.
talk about one might have heard it. Is the one you? You're testifying.
Yes.
Did you hear about it through the notes of the spouse?
No, I didn't hear about any way in which her work
Okay, so why are you
wasn't.
telling me that? Why are you saying one might have heard about it through the notes of the spouse?
Well, I think your question was, how would one learn about any deleterious acts or components of the person's work? So I didn't hear about any way in which she wasn't working hard and retained as a nurse at an excellent institution.
So basically, you don't know, is what you're telling me. You don't know what her reputation for work ethic was. You don't know what her hours were. You don't know what her reputation in her work community was. You just don't know. Isn't that right?
Combined with the records and also the report from Dr. Resnick, who described her own view of herself as being a hard worker, I don't know further than that.
So in addition to being a labor and delivery nurse at Mass General Hospital for a number of years, you knew that she obviously was married, right?
Yes,
And her husband was Patrick, right?
yes,
You know how many years she was married, right?
I do.
How many?
I don't know it offhand, but I believe I understand or knew the date when they were married, which may have been 2013.
So the fact that she was married, you know, that did she want to have kids or did she find them to be a burden?
She very much wanted to have children. She described that that was her lifelong interest.
Had one child, Cora, right?
Thank you,
Say, I can't hear you.
First child was Cora, right?
Yes.
Did she have any delivery issues with Cora?
Not that I recall.
How about the second child? What was the second child's name?
Dawson.
And how old was Dawson at the time of the incident, as we say?
I think he was around 4.
And did she have any issues with his delivery?
Do you mean the delivery or in the postpartum period?
It's okay, Hannah.
I mean the delivery.
If I recall, I think she had a tear, which is called an episiotomy.
Oh,
That was something she was unhappy about.
God. I didn't need to know that.
Did she have medication prescribed to her after Dawson?
Do you mean psychiatric medication?
Sure.
At some point, I think she was prescribed an antidepressant medication in that period.
What was it?
I think it was sertraline.
And do you know whether she took it?
She has told us that she did not.
Okay, I'm sorry. Episiotomy was not on my bingo card today. That just fucking just my I'm yeah, her job as a nurse is not why she's on trial. You're absolutely right, Susan. You're absolutely right. And I'm with Don. He should probably just walk on. He should be just I'm out. It's over. Y'all, I'm having such a hard time keeping my cool with this. Y'all, please excuse me today.
And when she went home, after having the baby, Dawson, she then came home to a little daughter, obviously Cora, had Dawson as an infant, correct?
Yes.
And was she living in a town, or where was she living when she had these two kids?
I think she was living in the same house in Duxbury.
She was living in Weymouth?
She may have been. I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's all right. So at some point, she moves to Duxbury. She's with her husband, and she goes back to work, does she?
Yes.
You didn't make any, in your investigation, you didn't come across any information that she didn't want to go back to work because she was lazy or just didn't want to work, right?
No, I think she always wanted to work.
Did she have anxiety about going back to work after Callan, the third child?
He
After
needs to
Callan?
phone a friend. Phone a
Callan,
friend,
C-A-L-L-A.
sir. It's that time. Phone a friend.
Yes. She wanted to go back. As August and September arrived, she was hopeful to go back to work, but she became anxious about working. There were other factors too. She became anxious.
No other factors yet. We'll get to the other factors.
Hey,
Why
Big
was she
John.
anxious about going back to work?
I was about to say,
Go ahead.
she was anxious about the well-being and nurturance of her children as she went back to work. One being that the baby was not taking a bottle. Another, that in that span between the point that her husband went back to work and she was expected to go back to work, it was overwhelming to have 3 young children that she was caring for all by herself. As time went on, she was ambivalent about hiring somebody to help, hiring a nanny, and that was another area of anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had
Hey, you
throughout
know
her
what?
life.
I'm going to pull you in. Okay.
Can I make a comment here? Sir, you're giving me anxiety. No shit, not gonna lie. You are giving me anxiety. Big John Nugget, good question right now, because I'm telling y'all all right now, this man is giving me anxiety. I need to take a deep breath.
Okay, this is it.
Anxiety. So there were several areas of anxiety, and as we've discussed earlier today, anxiety was something that she had
Hey, you
throughout
know
her
what?
life.
I'm going to pull you in. Okay, this is it.
Pull him in, because my knee is
All right,
shaking
next-
90 miles an
just
hour.
Ask the next question.
So when you say that she had anxiety, and the anxiety was about having her youngest child, Callan, correct?
Yes,
She was anxious about going back to work, correct?
yes,
But you also, as you were waxing eloquently, indicated that she was having anxiety about having a nanny.
yes.
What was she anxious about with the nanny?
In my understanding,
No, what is your understanding? Tell the jury what you investigated about her anxiety with the nanny.
so through my evaluation, what I understood was that there was ambivalence about having a nanny, that is to say, having somebody who helped. There was some degree of wanting to be able to handle the children on her own. The other part of it is some ambivalence about other people other than herself, or perhaps her mother, caring for the children. Because I know that my evaluation discerned that she felt very positively about her ability
Thank
to
you,
take care of her
Teresa.
children, but also some ambivalence about other people taking care of the children.
What time frame are we talking about? Summertime, fall?
The end of summer, late August, early September.
Isn't it true that in the summer, she and Patrick and the kids felt that they were on top of the world, having a great summer, right?
Well, that's what she said. That's her quote.
Okay. And then come the fall, towards the end of September, that's when she started to have symptoms of anxiety, right?
Yes,
Up to this point in your investigation, you have a young woman who was a nurse for a number of years, we assume from your investigation, a good reputation as a hard worker, right?
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things that you had mentioned is that she was, how about exercise? Did she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the
Yeah.
past,
So the
exercise
answer
was
is
her.
yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir,
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The
the
question called for yes or no answer. All right. And so go ahead.
go ahead.
The judge is over it. Do y'all hear the way he just reacted? The judge is over it.
About exercise. Does she like to do exercise?
Yes, in the past,
The
exercise
answer
was.
is yes, right? Yes?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure, I can repeat the question. I ask you, sir,
I'm objecting because he's interrupting the witness and not letting him answer
The
the
question called for a yes or no answer. All right? And so, go ahead.
go ahead.
Can you state the question, please?
Sure. You mentioned in direct examination for the DA that she was like to do exercise, correct?
Yes.
And would you consider a person who is an exercise aficionado, especially a woman who, for example, runs, let's say, a 5K or a 5-mile road race within about a couple of weeks after having a baby? Is that hyper-exercise? Is that hypomanic? Okay.
In of itself, it's not hypomanic, no.
How about if there's a string of exercise that is a little bit out of the norm, coupled with decluttering, removing personal property from the home, cleaning out the home, things of that nature? Would that be hypomanic in your opinion?
Not in of itself, but are you talking, when you were asking about exercise, were you talking about in the period 2022 or 2020?
2022, after Callan. Okay? And I asked you about running the road race after Callan. Okay? You with me?
Yes, I am.
So would you suggest, sir, that that is something that one would at least anticipate, consider, or investigate as being this manic or hypomanic that you're talking about?
No.
So, by the way, one of the questions that you were asked,
You are
sir, is that when
incorrect,
you
sir.
got involved with investigating this case.
I
Do you
don't
recall
give a
that from the
shit.
DA?
So
Do you recall that from the DA?
the term investigate, if it's okay, I'll use the term evaluate.
When you
but,
got appointed or retained by the
Right.
DA?
So, and your question is?
My question is, when were you retained by the district attorney, the prosecutors?
It was sometime in early 2025.
Early 2025. So like what, February, January?
I think the reach out had occurred in maybe December of 2024, and I think that the retention was early in 2025.
What's a reach out?
Well, the communication, the reaching out
From?
the district attorney's office.
Okay. And then when you were asked that question, you indicated that you had to wait for motion to be filed or something with the court. Do you recall answering that question?
No.
Well, if I suggest to you, sir, it was in December of 2024 that a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
What did she whisper? I couldn't hear. She whispered something.
That a notice of lack of criminal responsibility was filed. Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
She said, go to sidebar. What?
Does that seem to fit with the reach out?
Objection. Can we approach?
Sure.
Okay. We don't do sidebars, so zoom, zoom.
Counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
Woo.
So, your understanding of the procedure is that a notice has to be given to the court that a person, like Lindsay, is raising the issue of criminal responsibility, correct?
I imagine that's the case, but I don't know the procedure here in Massachusetts in that
you don't-
regard.
Okay, you don't know the procedure?
The procedure for making notice?
Right.
No, I do not.
If I tell you, sir, that the notice is filed in December of '24, when was it that you had the reach out?
The first communication about the case was in, as I said a few minutes ago, in late 2024.
And do you recall the circumstances of that communication? DA call you, letter, what?
No, I was contacted through a retention firm called Park Dietz and Associates.
Heats.
Mhm.
He's a psychiatrist, isn't he?
It sounds like you know him.
I do know him. And actually, Park Dietz is a rather famous psychiatrist, is he not?
Yes,
He's testified in many cases, correct?
yes, but
No, overruled.
I said Park Dietz and Associates. I didn't say Park Dietz himself.
Okay, well, you know Park Dietz, I imagine, right?
I do.
And you know that he's the guy that testified in the case and cited a Law and Order episode that didn't exist at the time he gave his opinion.
Sustained.
So is he still active?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is he a psychiatrist now?
Yes, he's a psychiatrist.
And on your letterhead, it says Park Dietz, D-I-E-T-Z, and Associates, forensic experts, right?
I can't see what you're looking at, but that's what the
Well, it
letterhead basically
it's right
says.
from Matt, right?
I am.
Okay, and this is your curriculum vitae, right?
Why
Yes.
am I not
Big letters up
surprised
above,
at
it
all
says
this?
Park Dietz and Associates, right?
Yes.
Now, how does that work? You get a call from this retention group, Park Dietz, and then you get assigned a case?
When an attorney or a district attorney's office contacts them, they might think that it might be a case that I might want to be retained on.
Okay, do they, to your knowledge, try to get someone that's familiar with that particular topic, or just anybody that has a random psychiatry degree?
Well, there are only certain people that they think of or consider, people that Dr. Dietz has thought of in terms of having a robust career and
You have a
background.
robust career?
I've been active as a teacher and as a clinician over about 20 years, and I've been a full professor at Penn and Jefferson and Georgetown.
So that's in your curriculum vitae, correct?
The 3 professor level appointments?
All of your stuff, the things you wrote, things that you're interested in, your fellowships, professorships, all that, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's introduced into evidence by the DA, right?
Yes.
So the jury's going to have it to look at, right?
Okay. I didn't know that.
Let's just take a look at it now. Is it your understanding that when you are, and I mean you individually, not Park Dietz Associates, requested to look at and investigate into the lack of criminal responsibility of a individual charged with a crime, that you got to try to be independent?
Being independent is the
The
expectation.
answer yes, you try to be independent?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Is it appropriate for you to evaluate an individual with another Park Dietz associate guy?
Are you referring to Dr. Hobron?
I am referring to Dr. Halbert. He's another one of the DA's witnesses in this case, right?
Correct.
And you know Halbert, right?
I had not met him until we jointly went to do the evaluation this April.
Jointly went to do the evaluation.
Yes.
What'd you do, both ride in the same car over to Tewksbury to talk to her?
No.
Did you have separate cars?
We did.
And then you met up beforehand and you went in to meet?
We are down to separate cars, y'all. I'm woosah.
With Lindsay?
Yes.
Both
I think
of you
that was.
together? Both of you together?
Yes.
So you work under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates. Heilbrunn, who's going to be testifying Monday for the government, works under the umbrella of Park Dietz and Associates, and the both of you interviewed her at the same time, is what you're telling this jury?
Yes.
In your opinion, is
Are
that
you-
appropriate, sir?
Yes.
Did you talk to Kirk about your opinion?
We have talked about each other's opinion. We have different opinions as far as I understand it.
Did you talk to him about his report?
No,
No?
I have not talked to him about his
Have you
report.
talked to him about testifying here today?
Not in terms of content.
What does
No.
that mean?
The other day he called me and said, what day are you going up to Boston?
Okay.
And
Skipping up to Boston, did you tell him?
no, I wasn't sure what day I was going up to Boston.
Okay. Did you review his report?
I have reviewed his report.
All right. And has he reviewed your report?
I don't know. I assume so, but I don't know.
Now, looking at your CV, you indicate that you're educated at Cornell, you got your medical degree, you had some fellowships. Do you have any particular interest in your practice, sir?
Yes.
And you have licensure in Delaware, right?
Yes.
Pennsylvania,
Yes.
District of Columbia?
Not at the moment.
Says 2005 to the present, but not anymore.
Well, I'm not sure what date that CV is, but I allowed my DC license to
Okay.
not be renewed.
Maryland,
Same, I let it not be renewed.
New York,
I actually renewed that recently.
Massachusetts,
No, I haven't had that since I left here.
South Carolina,
I haven't renewed that in many years.
Connecticut,
Same,
Virginia.
same.
So what does that mean, that you have licensure? Does that mean you can be a psychiatrist in these states as long as it's active, or what does that mean?
Licensure means that one can act as a physician when your licensure is in effect, yes.
Okay. And as far as professional and scientific societies, you belong to the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
Yes.
You belong to the American Academy of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, is that correct?
I don't belong to that group at the moment.
Well, did you? Is that on your resume?
Yes, there was a moment when I was the representative from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry and the American Psychiatric Association and also the American Academy of Psychiatry and Law, of all three, to the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges. So at that point, I was a member of the
Okay.
National Council.
Well,
So I asked you
Thank
about your
you.
interests or focus as a doctor. Would you agree, sir, that one of the things you put down is that you were involved in ad hoc reviewerships in the Journal of American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, right?
It does say that, yes.
And then American Journal of Addictions,
Yes,
Pediatric Quality and Safety.
yes.
That's dealing with little kids, right? Pediatrics.
Well, at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, we see patients up to 24.
Okay.
At Nemours, I believe up to 21.
So you also express interest in child psychiatry. This comes under academic responsibilities. Child psychiatry, right?
Yes,
You have been involved in the doctoring course for first-year medical students.
Steve, you're my favorite role that comes in here. I adore you. I need your laughs and smiles for comedy and then chaos every once in a while because this gets so overwhelming at some times that the smile that you can give me to distract is appreciated. Just don't go too wild, sir.
Right?
yes,
Supervision of adult psychiatry residents, right?
yes,
Clinical evaluation, Department of Psychiatry dealing with children and adolescents, right?
I'm not sure that last one that you read, but
Number 8 on
no, but what does it say in its entirety?
ongoing clinical education of PGY3 residents, Department of Psychiatry, Georgetown University Hospital, Institute for Children and Adolescents.
Do you mean Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents?
Resume, I don't know what it means.
I'm just wanting to make sure I'm responding to your question.
Do you have it with you? I mean, you can look
The
at it.
Regional Institute for Children and Adolescents was a residential center in outside the Beltway where I served for 3 years.
Okay, the focus nevertheless is on children and adolescents, right?
Not at that time. What you mean when I was at Georgetown?
I'm just looking at your resume.
Okay.
How about lecture of patient safety and quality improvement in child and adolescent mental health? That something that you were involved with as a lecturer, sir?
Yes, about
Okay.
patient safety and quality. Yes.
Answer is yes.
Yes.
Just make it quick. You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use. Dealing with what? Pediatrics, kids?
He just said devil's lettuce again. Reddington, stop saying devil. He's probably reading whatever that book or whatever that thing. Stop saying. I'm gonna have quotes of just devil's lettuce, y'all. I'm gonna have that's gonna be one of a little short of devil's lettuce. Every time I grab my vape, I'm gonna have to pop up a devil's lettuce on the screen. Y'all, I'm gonna lose my mind.
You were a lecturer on a morass returns, adolescent cannabis, doubles lettuce, and other hallucinogen use. Dealing with what? Pediatrics, kids?
Yes.
Okay. You also did under lectures by invitation that you've been involved with lecturing on wither psychosis in adolescents, right?
That was the title of a paper I gave. Yes.
So the answer is yes, right?
The answer is I gave that paper. Yes.
Okay. Adolescents accused of murder or manslaughter, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wither psychosis, adolescent killers, a couple of years later, again, maybe an update, right?
Right.
Divorce for the clinician, right?
Right.
Divorce legal process in medical, social, and psychiatric sequelae, right?
Right.
Killer adolescents, drug school in the courts, right?
Right.
Jumping ahead, 2014, for example, you had the morass returns, adolescent cannabis and other hallucinogens, right?
I imagine, yes. I don't know exactly which one you're looking at, but
He
that's
has
the title of the
something
lecture
on
that I
him.
was giving.
Childhood development.
He has some. Reddington has something on Mac, and something is going to come out. I feel it. Wait, y'all. Wait. Let's grab the crystal duck. We're going to grab the crystal duck. We don't have a crystal ball, but we're going to look into the crystal duck because I've lost my fucking mind in this trial. He has something, and something's fixing to come out. before this day is over, I have a feeling.
Development and psychopathology, right? Is an interest, right?
It is an interest, yes.
Childhood development, again, in psychopathology, lecture to the United States Department of Justice, right?
Yes,
Lecturing to the United States Department of Justice, Department of Immigration, right?
yes.
Cognitive bias think tank is another one of the lectures that you gave. Is that correct?
Well, it was a committee or a task force that I co-led about
Okay.
the prospect of diagnostic error when people have cognitive biases.
And what's a cognitive bias? Just curious.
So when you think about diagnoses, there's always a possibility that an individual is sort of guided to one diagnosis or another based on various forms of preconceptions or biases. So a major part of this concept of patient safety is to prevent misdiagnosis. And there are a lot of techniques that are used in medicine and in this case in pediatric hospitals and also in psychiatry to try to make sure that the users or the diagnosticians' biases don't creep in to make the wrong diagnosis.
Research publications, sir, dealing with neuropsychiatric systemic lupus, erythematosus age, and the neurodevelopment model. That's one of your research publications, right?
Yes.
Dealing with psychiatric classification from the ancients to DSM-4, Psychiatric Clinics of North America, right?
Yes.
Alcohol abuse is another research that you did.
I've written or edited several textbooks on substance use
Right.
disorders. Yes.
Okay. So in addition to child and adolescent aspects of psychiatry, you're also interested in focusing in on alcohol abuse, substance-related disorders, alcohol abuse disorders, addictive disorders, treatment of addictive disorders, right?
Those are some of the areas of interest, yes.
Novel risk factors for central line associated bloodstream infections in critically ill children, right?
Yes.
And it goes on and on with a lot of your focuses on children, minors, probate court, correct?
I don't know about probate court, but
Well, you've had occasion to do evaluations for probate court, haven't you?
you'd have to remind me, there was
Okay,
a
never mind
period when
probate
I
court.
was the physician leader of the state of Maryland's Office of Forensic Services.
Right.
So
That's what you said on direct, so that's why I'm asking it. But how about the new tools in the toolbox? Proactive prevention of CLABS, 1 in patients with behavioral health and concerns. What does that mean?
well, CLABSI, central line associated bloodstream infections are something that is a major concern of all hospitals around the country, and preventing them from happening is not only the work of cleaning the apparatus that touches patients, but also we learned that when patients have psychiatric problems, they actually are at a greater risk of developing a central line associated bloodstream infection, which is a
Do you remember it? Wasn't it a thick resume that didn't she give his resume at the end of his thing? No, that was the other doctor. I'm getting them confused. It's been a long day.
significant complication of being in the hospital. So I started that work when I was at Georgetown, when I was an adult, mainly focused on adults, and carried it on when I was
Wait, mainly focused on adults, considering everything that he just read off was kids. But go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about clinical manual of adolescent substance abuse disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right?
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent substance
It says
use.
number 29, MAC AA, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice.
Yeah,
Nothing wrong with it.
that was a chapter, not a book. But
Oh,
yes,
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
no.
Okay. Would you agree?
Oh, wait, let me rewind that because it just happened. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, that was a good one. Look at that face. Look at that face where it paused. Sorry, I'm a bitch today. Okay.
I was at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours in terms of the pediatric risks for CLABSI.
Okay. How about Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Disorder? That's another one of your chapters, right?
I don't think I wrote a book about adolescent
It
substance
says
use.
number 29, MAC AA, Clinical Manual of Adolescent Substance Abuse Treatment, Journal of Psychiatric Practice. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong with it.
that was a chapter, not a book. But
Oh,
yes,
Okay, but nevertheless, your focus and your interest is on adolescents that like to smoke weed and drink, right?
no.
Okay. Would you agree, sir, that you were interested in the American Psychiatric Press textbook you wrote for substance abuse treatment, right?
Yes.
All right. And think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a
I'm not abusing my vape. I promise y'all. This is not vape abuse.
doctor, think like a psychiatrist, but always a doctor, be a doctor, drugstore, perils, drugs, alcohol, bloodstream infections in children's hospital, focusing on that, right? Where in here does it say that you ever came within breathing distance of a pregnant woman and your practice and your interest in your writings?
So I remember being at the Brigham as a resident and
How long ago was
going
that?
to, how long ago was that?
Yeah, give us a year.
Well, you asked me when. So
Yeah,
I'm
that's
starting.
when?
That was the memory I have for that particular situation was 2001.
2001, so 25 years ago.
Right. And
What did
so
you do?
since then, I went to the Medical University of South Carolina, and then I went to Georgetown, and all that period up until 2015, I was doing general psychiatry work with areas of focus in peds or in addictions, but also with forensics as an area. I see myself as somebody who's a generalist who happens to have a couple of areas of focus. In 2015, I did move from that generalist model to, when I left Georgetown, I moved to the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and the University of Pennsylvania. And in those years, since then, I've been working in pediatric hospitals, where at CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, the age is up to 24, and at Nemours, it's up to 21. So that is the overall area of adult and child psychiatry that I've been working in. Throughout the years at Georgetown,
Okay,
I would like to answer because I have more to tell you.
Let him finish the answer. Go ahead.
So at Georgetown, certainly that was all adult, and Georgetown has its own labor and delivery unit. And so that was plenty of engagement with women who were pregnant or who had just given birth. And then at both Children's Hospital of Philadelphia and at Nemours, there are these special units that have been designed for the last several years of high-risk pregnancy units. So actually at CHOP, one of my first roles there was to develop the psychiatry services coverage of the high-risk maternity unit there called the Special Delivery Unit. And I was the co-leader and then the leader of the consultation service at CHOP. And so I led the group of adult and child psychiatrists to tend to the psychiatric needs of that unit. Recently at Nemours, the same unit was built. And so yes, in these pediatric hospitals, there actually are units of women who are about to have birth, who have just had birth.
Well, I'm sure in these pediatric hospitals, there are women about to have birth and have had birth, and I'm sure that there are competent doctors that treat them, correct?
I would agree with you.
How about you? How many women with postpartum psychosis have you treated?
Roughly 10 would be my estimate.
Over what period of time?
Over the period since 2001.
And when you would treat these women, would
Your
you
lettuce,
involved in, for
typo,
example,
lettuce,
testing them for their
lettuce. I
mental
seen your
health?
typo too.
Well, usually the teaching has been that what was called postpartum psychosis is actually a form of bipolar disorder. So what is important is to say, let's do a full evaluation of the individual's symptoms and signs, and then treat them and engage in treatment. And usually that's going to be a form of bipolar disorder treatment. That's the teaching that is the general perspective.
So with your wealth of knowledge on women that are pregnant and suffering from postpartum psychosis, do you know whether or not
Wealth
Lindsay
of
was
knowledge.
ever diagnosed with postpartum depression?
I believe that the various notes from the clinicians over the year of 2022 to 2023 utilize the term unspecified mood disorder.
Right. How about postpartum depression?
I don't think that appellation was used.
Okay. So was she ever administered what is it, EPDS?
You mean the Edinburgh?
Yeah, was she ever administered that?
I don't know if she was or wasn't. I don't remember.
Isn't that something you're in here testifying about this case? Wouldn't that be important to know that she was almost off the chart on the Edinburgh scale for postnatal depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant or had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her
Let me-
readings?
Let him clear that up for you. That was a good freaking question, Red. Say it again.
Depression?
Well, I have said that she had depression.
Well, postnatal depression for a woman who's pregnant
Hold
or
on.
had a baby recently is a heck of a lot different than some guy who's just depressed about his job, right?
I don't understand your question.
Well, do you know what her readings were on the Edinburgh test?
Not to my memory at the moment, no.
Why not? You read the medical records, didn't you?
I mean, if you would like to show me, I'd
No, I
be
don't want
happy
to show you
review it.
anything. I'm asking you as a testifying witness for this jury, did you look at her medical records?
I did.
And the medical records pertain to her being a person that just had a baby, right?
I'm not sure that which records you're talking about, but can I finish? Can I finish? Can I?
I'm not going to finish. 2022, obviously, because we already talked about the summer, she was fine. When did she see Tufts?
She started to see Dr. Tufts in 2022.
When?
I believe it was, well, she went to Dr. Tufts in September, and it was in October that she started taking the medication that Dr. Tufts had prescribed.
Okay, and that was for what?
You mean which medication or what was the purpose?
Medication,
Sertraline,
and otherwise known as,
Zoloft.
and she took it after a while, is that correct? Is that what you said?
A few weeks, yes.
And the reason she didn't take it was what?
Time, as my evaluation.
Hold on for a
Hold on a
second.
second, hold on a second, Doc.
I agree with you. Hold on, somebody's coughing.
All right,
It's the court reporter. Look, and Red got her a water. He's
Want me
so
to re-ask that
kind.
question?
I'm okay.
Okay.
So over time, Ms. Clancy has avoided taking medications,
She's what?
avoided taking medications.
Says who?
The description she gave me,
She told you that?
my awareness from my evaluation is that she resists taking medications. And for example,
No. Tell me what you mean by she resists taking medication.
there are individuals in this world who do not want to take medications. And I think she described that she is one of them.
So you know she saw Dr. Tufts because she apparently was anxious, right?
Yes.
Prior to that, other than having anxiety about public speaking as a nurse in nursing school, and after she had one of her children, she didn't have any psychiatric history of medications, right?
She had not taken medications, but she had had a lifelong degree of anxiety. It hadn't been at the level of disorder, but she had
Lifelong.
yes.
Okay, how about grammar school, high
Lifelong.
school, college? Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
So what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on.
Wait. Sorry, what this man just take it down a notch. This man just said anxiety made her hard working. Is that what this man just said? I swear to God, that's what this man just said. I may rewound a little too far.
Did she have difficulty that she was anxious?
so what I was saying is that anxiety can drive people, but she had a lot of anxiety and she was hardworking, and the anxiety helped her to be hardworking. But when it comes to medications,
Okay, hold on. Mr. Reddington, you got, go ahead, Doctor, finish the question.
but when it comes to medications, she described that she didn't want to take medications. And an example was the time that after the birth of her second child, that sertraline had been prescribed, but she chose to get through her anxiety and depression by exercising. And that is something that people do. But it also highlights that in this case, she didn't want to be taking medications. And I think that we also understand that in the fall of 2022.
All right. At this point, I'm going to stop. Next question.
My question was, you said that she had a lifelong resistance to taking medication. That's what you said, right?
Yes.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Then I asked you, grammar school, high school, college, did she have any records, any witnesses, any documents that she had a resistance to taking medication?
Only her description to me.
She didn't tell you that she was resistant to medication in grammar school and high school and college? What are you making this up?
Objection.
Yeah, sustain. Next
She
question.
didn't tell you that.
I understand her to have told me that generally she did not want to be taking medications. She didn't necessarily specify in grammar school, but that is her
No
basic.
college.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
Where did he get that from? Where did he who told him that? Who told him that? Where did he get that? I need to know. I mean, if you're going to put this out as a fact, I need to know where you got that from. And I just heard Reddington say, "Do you have that written down somewhere?" Yeah, let's just go back 10 seconds. Go ahead, try that again.
Yes, I think that her description was as a adolescent and as a young adult, she was not interested in taking medications.
You really have that written down somewhere?
I'm happy to be proven wrong, but I believe that that's what I understand to
You
be.
believe that's what it is, you don't know whether you have it written down somewhere, right?
Can I refer to my
Read the
report?
whole report, I don't care. Because it's not there.
That's a fact, Lamar.
Well, on
That's a
page
fact.
8, what I had written was, Ms. Clancy's reluctance to take medication generally was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her breast milk. So the general,
Breast milk, she's pregnant. Come on. That's the only time that she indicates that she did not want to take, except for benzos, medication because she was breastfeeding, right?
I don't agree. I'm happy to be proven wrong, but my understanding is that she described that she generally did not want to take medication,
All right.
benzodiazepines included.
Let's not guess, all right? Let's look at Dr. Mack's report, okay? Medication history during the,
Yeah, she did. She admitted she did it. So she's guilty of the act. It's just choosing whether she is criminally negligent or mentally not negligent. So that's all that this is. We're not debating whether or not she's guilty. She did the act. We've already been told that. So, you know.
period before January 24, 23, she was taking several medications, and that would be Tufts and Gelada and all the rest of them, right?
And that's up for a
Okay.
jury to decide.
Is that right?
I didn't exactly hear your question. I'm sorry. Can you repeat it?
You said in your report, defendant was taking several medications that had been prescribed for her, right?
In the fall and December of 2022, yes.
So it's real easy. It's Tufts and Gelada that were prescribing these meds, right?
They were among the prescribers, yes.
All right. And her reluctance to take medication was accompanied by her concern for medications entering her what?
I believe it says breast milk.
Breast milk. Okay. So other than her concerns as a mother about her breast milk and having these drugs get into an infant's body, when else did she tell you that she was resistant, as you just told this jury, to taking medication? Like she's somebody who doesn't want to take the medication, doesn't care to take the medication. Where is it?
Overruled.
Well, I didn't say that she didn't care.
Okay, how about she was resistant?
My recollection, and I'm happy to, if you would like me to spend time finding it.
Prove
I'd
you're
be
wrong,
happy
I
to.
know.
What?
Prove you're wrong. It's not in your report though, is it?
Okay.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Now, you had mentioned, sir, I believe that the DSM is something that you all use in your diagnoses of people, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that you are here to testify about would be postpartum issues, postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression, right?
Are you referring to postpartum psychosis, the disorder, the proposed disorder, or as a symptom?
Well, when you come in here as an expert, hired by the DA to tell this jury that this woman was not suffering from postpartum psychosis, and you in your testimony refer to the fact that you use the DSM to guide you, if that's the right word, in your diagnoses, would you agree with me that that's a fair statement?
That the DSM is the standard for making diagnoses? Yes.
Right. It's not a very good standard, though, is it?
Well, it is the standard.
It is the standard. How about, are there other standards, sir, that, like, for example, World Health Organization, International Disease Control, IDC, have you ever heard of them?
Yes.
Okay. Does the IDC, what does that stand for?
The ICD,
What does that stand for?
the International Classification of Disease.
Does that classify postpartum psychosis?
I think it actually does not.
Does it classify, you think, are you sure?
My recollection is that it does not.
Okay. How about postpartum depression? Does the international category indicate that?
I'm not sure. We in the United States.
No.
use the
I'm asking
DSM.
about the other, the ICD or whatever it is.
I don't know.
Okay, that's good enough. This here is what you're talking about, the DSM though, right? 5TR, text revision, right?
Yes.
And we're talking about the fact that at some point in DSM 6, there it appears as though postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis will be added into the DSM 6. Is that correct?
Who said that?
I'm asking you if
Oh, hold up, sweetheart. Hey, sunshine. You know, I've been ignoring most of your comments, but it's not postpartum depression, it's postpartum psychosis. You need to educate yourself, honey, and then maybe you can have a better conversation. So,
That's what you mean when you told the jury about it possibly being put into the next edition.
you're right, Steve.
There is a syndrome that's been proposed called postpartum psychosis. So I would differentiate that from the idea that the person of psychosis in a postpartum period. The proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that.
Right, right. Let me remind you. Yeah, he said postpartum because postpartum psychosis is not listed in the DSM-5 TR. So yeah. Baby, you need to go get some education. I'm gonna give you a little time out to go think. Thank you for being here though. Hey Christy, how are you? Okay, I'm gonna back this up a little bit because of
I'm
our
not
little
from the idea
distraction
that
of
the person of
somebody
psychosis in a
misunderstanding the
postpartum
difference.
period. The proposed syndrome of postpartum psychosis has not been included, and I am not aware that it is going to be included, although I understand there are calls for that. I would also say actually the movement for DSM-6 is not necessarily active at this point, but I would highlight again, because I wrote my college history thesis on the history of the DSMs.
What was it, DSM 1, 2, 3 back then?
Well, there's been a classification made by the American Medical
Thank you,
Association
Cindy.
going back to the end of the 19th century. DSM-1 was in 1952, DSM-2 was in 1968,
Y'all know
DSM-3 was
I'm
in
too honest.
1980. The major change in 1980 was to fall in, as I discussed earlier, the descriptive model for diagnoses. And that is to say that since DSM-3, diagnostic groups are grouped, or disorders are grouped by what you see, what symptoms we are seeing, not by what we assume is the cause of the illness, and not by any theories about how the illness works. So since DSM-4 in 1994, as a part of making DSM-4, a literature review was completed by Dr. Ellen Frank, which indicated a roadmap for what to include in terms of postpartum designations. And since then, there's been what's called a specifier. So if you highlight depression, you can add a specifier to say when this depression occurred. The limit is that it's a 4-week limit. So under the rules of DSM, after 4 weeks, you wouldn't necessarily, well, you wouldn't call it postpartum. Postpartum psychosis, and here I'm referring mainly to literature, including a review in biological psychiatry in the last 12 months, is a proposal that there is a type of bipolar disorder called postpartum psychosis, where you can have mania or bipolar attributes, you can have depression, you can have delirium. And so when you think about the rules and the guidelines that have been in place since 1980 for revisions of the DSM, they look for, can this category be sufficiently separated from other categories? And does it help treatment? And over time, even though there have been calls, well, there have been hundreds of diagnoses that have been proposed or requested to be in the DSMs, very few new diagnoses get inserted. And right now, that is the situation for the syndrome called postpartum psychosis, that it is not something that has been approved. And I know there are people who are calling for it, but in the current time.
Okay.
Okay. Next question.
Okay.
please.
Thank you. Are you aware, sir, that postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression are pretty much virtually not even mentioned in your DSM-5 TR?
I wouldn't agree with that. I was about to say.
So you would not agree with it, right?
I was about to get to that.
Sure you were, but you would not agree with it, right? Is that correct?
I don't have a basis to say that.
Okay. So looking at, and this is 1,050 pages of people putting together like a cookbook, fair to say, right?
No, I wouldn't call it a cookbook.
No? Would you agree, sir, that postpartum is referred to, page 147, in sex and gender-related diagnostic issues? Would you agree with that, sir?
Is that the introductory chapter?
This is the chapter, sir, that is pertinent to bipolar disorder. You're familiar with it.
Okay, so it's the bipolar chapter.
And referencing 147, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. You're familiar with that, I imagine, right?
That's a subset. I mean, that's a portion of the chapter, I imagine, that describes.
Right, it's a paragraph.
issues. Okay.
It's a paragraph. out of 1,000 pages. It's a paragraph.
What's your question?
Women may be more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and to have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating
Comorbidity.
disorders. Come on. This is what they talk about with postpartum psychosis and postpartum depression, eating disorders, and the difference between women and men?
Is that your question? I'm not
Yeah.
sure I understand your
How
question.
you answer it, yeah.
What's your question?
Postpartum disorders, sir, the difference between women and men, and they make reference to eating disorders?
Well, I think the section header, if you don't mind reading it again, was aspects about gender. And so in that section, I imagine they're describing it. I didn't write the DSM,
No,
so
no.
I'm not here to represent it.
Okay.
I can just tell you about it.
All right. Okay, right here. Sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right? Would you agree that's under the bipolar and related disorder section?
Yeah.
The DSM, okay. Page 147 talks about women more likely to experience rapid cycling and mixed states and have patterns of comorbidity that differ from those of men, including higher rates of lifetime eating disorders.
Mac
Did I
is
read that
not
right?
even paying attention.
That's all right. Yep, okay.
Yep. Here, let me put my glasses on and look.
Paragraph that women with bipolar 1 or 2 disorder are more likely to experience depressive symptoms than are men. I read that right? That they, meaning women, apparently have a higher lifetime risk of alcohol use disorder than men. Really? Did I read that right?
Yes.
And that they also, and much greater likelihood of alcohol use disorder than women in the general population. Some women with bipolar disorder experience exacerbation of mood symptoms during their premenstrual time period. Right?
It says that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Premenstrual period was not on my bingo card either. La 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 la.
And that this has been associated with a worse course of illness. Many women with bipolar disorder also report severe emotional disturbances during perimenopause when estrogen levels are decreasing. Did I read that right?
Sorry.
Right, because
It does say that. yeah.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the
It does,
DSM?
yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you, in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence, where it talks about, there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy. What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar.
Explain this. Explain this. Explain that. I need to. I'm gonna let him repeat that, and I want to hear him explain it. I thank you, Cindy, for dropping those links. I Big John Nugget. I have questions. I don't know. I don't know.
Right, because
It does say that.
okay. And that there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medications for pregnancy, right? Is that what it says that in the DSM?
Yes,
Right.
it does.
So what does that tell you, in 25 words or less, sir, when that sentence, where it talks about, there does not appear to be an increased risk of mood episodes in pregnant women with bipolar disorder, except for those who discontinue medication for pregnancy. What does that mean?
What it means is when thinking about women who have bipolar disorder who are pregnant, the risk of having either a manic episode or a hypomanic episode or a depressive episode generally stays stable compared to when the person is not pregnant, except in people who do not take medications for bipolar during the pregnancy.
And then it goes on to read, the specifier with peripartum onset should be used for mood episodes that begin during pregnancy or within 4 weeks of delivery. Is that the 4-week cutoff that you're telling me about?
That's the 4-week cutoff that's on that specifier, the peripartum specifier.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
He said
That
1958.
was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about
Wait,
the World
she
Health
just whispered something again. She just whispered something again. Hold up. She just whispered something again. I'm a mute so I can listen real hard. Hold up.
When was this last amended? 1958?
You're talking about the 4-week number?
Yeah.
That was created in DSM-4 in 1994.
And how about the World Health Organization? What's their cutoff using that term?
I don't know.
How
I can
about
tell
the-
you that
how
the
about the-
proponents of
Go ahead.
postpartum psychosis illness utilize, I believe, 12 weeks, maybe 6 weeks, but not more than 12.
How about the, what is it, IDC, ICD?
The World Health Organization's international
If I
classification.
tell you it's a year, would that mean anything to you? It's not 6, maybe 12, it's a year.
Doesn't mean anything to me
Yeah, does it mean anything to you?
with regard to what?
It's a year. They're talking about 4 weeks, but they're referring to a year.
Well,
Like
the
Europe-
distinction between the ICD and the DSM is substantial. The DSM,
All right. Mr. Reagan, why don't you ask a question?
Thank you. So would you agree with me, sir, that the way that women are treated postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So
Okay, Reddington, I didn't expect you to go to Europe either today. Jesus, what is happening? Now we went to Europe. Okay. I need to hear Europe again, y'all.
postpartum, after having babies, prior to having babies in Europe is a heck of a lot different than we treat women here, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
So that paragraph that we just went through, we're talking about sex and gender-related diagnostic issues, right?
yes,
They mentioned the words postpartum, period. They mentioned, I don't mean period like the end of the sentence, I mean postpartum, period. They mentioned that, right?
yes,
And I read that correct. That's a paragraph, right?
yes,
And then out of the 1,050 pages, we can then go to another, page 156, sex and gender-related diagnostic issues. And it makes reference to the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder, right?
okay,
Would you agree that the gender ratio for bipolar 1 disorder is equal between women and men?
yes,
And does it then go on and say that bipolar 2 disorder are mixed, differing by type or sample? There is little or no evidence of bipolar gender difference in the general population. And some, but not all, clinical examples suggest that bipolar 2 disorder is more common in women than in men. Is that right?
it may be.
It
As
may
I
be
was-
because you want to look at it, or it may be because they might be wrong.
Well, women have depression more than men, unfortunately. And so that is something that it gets reflected when it comes to bipolar type 2.
So patterns of illness and comorbidity, however, differ by sex, with females being more likely than males to report hypomania. Does that sound right?
It sounds right.
And that women would have mixed depressive features in a rapid cycling course, correct?
That sounds right.
And childbirth may be a trigger for the hypomanic episode, which can occur in 10 to 20% of females. In non-clinical populations, most typically in the early postpartum period. Does that sound right to you?
It sounds, I mean, you're reading it, so I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And there's a big difference between DSM and WHO, right?
I don't know the WHO's 12 months, what it refers to. When it comes to the proposed postpartum psychosis, one of the elements of the proposal is that it is particularly related to the physiologic changes that happen at the time of birth. And actually, one of the objections that that group has to the way that the DSM is written right now is that they would like it to be solely post-birth rather than one that encompasses pregnancy and birth, because it aligns with the theory that this type of disorder is related to those physiologic changes. So the timing of being closest to birth is instrumental in that proposal for postpartum psychosis, the disorder. When it's described as a disorder that occurs almost right away at the time of birth. And it is urgent.
Who says that? Who?
The literature on postpartum psychosis, whether it's
What
postpartum
literature?
psychosis.
What literature? It's not in the Bible, right?
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis.
And they've been trying
describe
real
it.
hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half
No,
hour.
I'll
He said he's gonna let, oh, oh, y'all, we have
Right.
it.
Well, it's not in the Bible, but the reports by the people who are advocates, an expert consensus panel who are advocates for inclusion of the syndrome of postpartum psychosis,
And they've been trying
describe
real
it.
hard.
Let him finish.
Well, he's just going to go on for another half hour.
I'll finish, Doctor. Go ahead.
I don't have anything more.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Go ahead.
Would you agree with me, sir, as it relates to this panel of people that you're talking about? These are the people that are trying to get postpartum psychosis, postpartum depression into the DSM-6, right?
I don't think they're trying to get postpartum depression included because it already is there.
In the 2 paragraphs that I just read?
No.
Okay, is there somewhere else that talks about postpartum depression?
Yes.
Okay, where?
Well, the report mentions, and I'll find for you the what are called the specifiers, where for both bipolar disorder and also for depressive disorders.
There you go.
Well, it's in there, but I'll find it in the book.
Okay. Why don't you look for it?
Why don't we do one thing at a time?
Yeah, I'd
Right?
like to. I'd
Why
like
don't-
to
and
finish
that would
speaking.
be, you said you're going to find it. Just find it.
Okay.
And then once you find it, then we'll go on to the second part, which would be asking questions and answering questions.
So right here on page 173,
Read it.
I'll describe what I'm talking about before I read it, if that's okay. So this is the section, actually starts on page 169, where it goes through what are called the specifiers for the bipolar disorders. And so those include with atypical features, with rapid cycling, with melancholic features. And here on page 173 is the portion about with peripartum onset.
Read it. Read it.
Well, let me see how many paragraphs it is. 10 paragraphs. You want me to read all of them?
No, that's all right. Just
Okay.
summarize it as best you can.
What I would summarize, and a similar passage is in the chapter on depressive disorders, is that it provides a way to designate that somebody's depressive disorder, or in this
Fine,
case,
we
their
got like 3
bipolar
minutes
disorder,
left, Teresa. I
had
hear you.
peripartum onset. Now that's important, and they provide a lot of important information there about epidemiology and the course. And the course, by course, I mean how it's going to go in terms of the disease. That's what the DSM does. Besides giving criteria for disorders, it provides basic information about course, epidemiology, and the features that the individual has. So there's a similar section in the depressive
Let's
disorders.
stick with the section that you just pointed out.
Yes,
okay?
sir.
You'd agree with me in a nutshell that that talks about with psychotic features, delusions, hallucinations present at any time in the current manic or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right?
No, I'd have to see what you're reading from.
Okay, sure, it's right here.
Yeah, but that's a different portion.
No, that's what you were reading from. Okay,
No,
so
sir.
how about down below here where it says with
Oh.
peripartum onset?
Yes, that was what
Okay.
I was referring
The
to.
specifier, what's the specifier?
So the system has a way where we can emphasize features of a person's illness. Remember, as I said, the groupings in the DSM revolve around the major psychiatric symptoms. So this is the bipolar chapter, there's a depression chapter, there's an anxiety chapter. So here, the specifier is our way of communicating that the person's problem, in this case, has peripartum onset.
Okay.
And as if I could connect it all,
Oh, right, right.
the emphasis on the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder, they object to it being peripartum. They would like it to be postpartum.
And who's they?
The authors of the expert consensus group that I referred to published a paper in biological psychiatry in the last year.
About what? I mean, psychiatry covers a life round.
Yes. It's a paper that summarizes information about this proposed disorder, highlights their assumption that it is actually a type of bipolar
Can
disorder,
I just interrupt? What disorder are you referring to?
the proposed postpartum psychosis disorder.
All right. So there is a group of people that are trying, to your knowledge, to get postpartum disorder in the next version of the Bible, right?
Effectively, yes,
Okay.
but I wouldn't use all those words, but yes.
Okay. And then when you're referring to the peripartum onset, in one paragraph, you're talking about the specifier applied to current manic, hypomanic, or major depressive episode in bipolar 1 disorder, right? Did I read that right?
Well, it's more than just one
Okay, let's
paragraph. It
just
goes
stick
on
with-
to
let's
all
just
the
stick
next.
with
All right, Council, let me see Council sidebar here, just regarding scheduling.
Ooh. And that's going to be it. I don't even think they come back to tell us about scheduling. Let's see. I don't even think they came back to tell us about scheduling.
All right.
Here they go. Here they go. Wait.
Members of the jury, we're going to break at this point. All right. So you know what I'm going to tell you. All right. You've now heard more evidence. You've heard testimony from a number of people. You've gotten more and more exhibits, but you still have to keep that open mind. All right. Because you haven't heard all the evidence. You haven't heard the closing arguments, as I've said before. You haven't even heard the law that you are to apply to this in arriving at your verdict. So I'm going to stress, as I always do, don't talk about this case, guard against that, and really keep an open mind. All right. So I'm going to excuse you till Monday morning, and then I ask you to be here hopefully at 9 o'clock. We'll come back out and we'll continue with the evidence. All right. And as I'm telling you, we are well on schedule. All right. So I don't want to get.
Okay. All right. So that is going to end it for today. Good night. This has been crazy. That is going to be a great place to wrap up, because you know what? They're going to come back tomorrow. They're going to come back Monday. He told them, don't be talking to nobody. Don't do nothing. Right. Like they're not going to be able to watch news all weekend long. Y'all know that's not going to happen. But we're towards that finish line, y'all. Okay, see, I watched football last night. I seen some football goals. We didn't win, but that's okay. Anyways, total squirrel moment there. The defense rested today after giving us Dr. Resnick. I like Dr. Resnick. Then we watched the prosecution, Commonwealth. They turned around, started their rebuttal with this Avram Mack guy. These two sides are telling two totally different stories about Lindsay's mental state. And the jury is going to be the one that's going to decide that. It's been a battle. It's been a battle today. We know that she took the children's lives. We know that. She admitted to that. But was Lindsay, Sheila, was Lindsay legally responsible for what she did? All that's going to be going to the jury soon. So we're just going to keep watching. We're going to keep listening. Do what we do here at Rubber Ramada Reviews. We look at the facts. We haven't done the civil case. I am going to do it as soon as either when they go into deliberations and we have time that we are going to be just hanging out for the day, waiting, and they're still deliberating when I stream, or if afterwards when the trial is actually complete. So thank you for being here. Thank you for asking questions, having this conversation with me. I want y'all to take care of yourselves. You know, I overstressed my duck today. He got a little extra squeezes. It's been a crazy, crazy day. And we enjoyed having you, Cindy. And if you haven't subbed up, just sub to the channel, you know? Hit that notification bell to all, because I'm usually here. I've been here Monday through Friday during trials, and I will continue to do that even after trial. We will have something daily. And yeah, don't forget your shampoo. Shampoo your hair. Shampoo your hair, because Steve says he likes blonde flowing locks, and he's probably a biker guy. No clue. He's just my troll. He's a rubber troll. So we're just going to rename him Rubber Troll. We love you, Steve. Thank you for being here. I sometimes need that moment of laughter, and you're that one that has actually made me stop and put that moment of a smile on my face when things are so stressful, because y'all see me over here. I about used my duck today. So before we go, as always,
You is smart, you is kind, you is important.
I appreciate every one of you being here. And I know mental health is a really hard subject. It really is for a lot of people. And the fact that y'all are still here and we're still having this conversation, I appreciate it. So until Monday, and if not over the weekend, I might just do like a casual Sunday stream. I don't know yet. Like I said, make sure your notifications are set to all. So until I see you over the weekend or Monday for sure, peace. Rubber out. Y'all have a great rest of your evening.